We are with the Ministry of
Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment,
Housing.
And Climate Change. Yes.
Right here. Head
We've got a
21,000.
looping in the line. Page 21,000
Yes.
on your on the estimates of expenditure.
Where's housing? Head 21,000. Yes. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues. And today we are here, myself and our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Hales, and PFO, Mrs. Rob Walters, to answer any questions as it relates to the estimate of expenditure for the next financial year relating to the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. Might I proceed, Chairman? Proceed, Chairman.
Minister, you know, if there we have received the amendments. I haven't seen any for housing, but if there are any amendments, we'd like, as it's done, for us to approve it here in the House as we go along. I haven't seen any. There are none.
No, there is an issue, but that would be treated with under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Only what is before us we are able to take, and we are approving without the consent of finance. If there's going to be an amendment, we need the consent of finance. It has to be before us because these are deliberations that go to the appropriation bill at the end. So if there are amendments, unless it is before us and we have the approval of finance, we can't do it.
I'm guided, Chairman, but the amendment that will be treated with by the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. There is nothing for us here. Just as a matter of introductory remarks, Chairman and colleagues, this Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change is the newly formulated ministry with the purpose of advancing a cohesive and integrated sustainable approach to national development. We have policy directives for those 4 portfolio areas, balancing the development of the built environment with the stewardship of the natural environment. And we have the mission, Chairman, of leading and directing the creation of this inclusive, sustainable, resilient Jamaica by developing strong, sensible legislative and policy framework and focusing on creating the network and accessibility for stakeholders. This includes, of course, mainstreaming issues relating to climate change and environment across all ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as utilizing spatial technology for us to take an empirical approach to ensuring that our decisions are accurate and based on information that we achieve in an empirical way. Chairman, the financial ceiling assigned by the Ministry of Finance and Public Service for the fiscal year 2021-2022 is in the amount of $1,622,970,000 allocated to the ministry for its recurrent budget and $309,939,000 allocated to the capital budget. And you will see some variance as it relates to this financial year and the next, and it must be seen within the context of the ministry being formulated commencing in late last year. So you'll see a larger variance than most. Before I ask colleagues if they have any questions, I'll just remind that the budget as it is, Chairman, is really to help us as it relates to housing, to formulate the framework for us to be able to achieve the policy directive of safe, legal and affordable housing solutions for our Jamaicans, something which has crippled us for several years and is one of the largest socio-economic challenges that we face across the length and breadth of our country. Also for urban renewal, which is a new portfolio area, the goal for us there is to really advance an integrated development planning approach, incorporating one of our departments mostly, which is a spatial planning and management, and promoting the redevelopment and maintenance of urban centers for sustainable development. In environment, as you know, we are seeking to use the budget to improve the sustainable management of the island's natural resources, and for climate change is for us to increase resilience to climate change, focusing on our capacity to mitigate risk as well as to develop the capacity to adapt to the impact and effects of climate change. If you look on the estimate of expenditure as laid out, Chairman, colleagues, at 21,000, you will see that pretty simple in terms of identifying the various departments in our ministry. I don't know if there are any specific questions that members may have relating to any of the particular pages of the budget relating to our ministry, but it appears to be simple and clear. There are a few issues. We see it within the context of the larger economic challenges that we're having in the country, and within the context of all of us as ministries having to really play our part, knowing that we are going through still a pandemic. So there is much that we would want to do, but we are being creative and innovative as much as possible. I'll ask members, Chairman, through you, if there are any specific questions relating to any area of the estimate of expenditure as relayed in the budget. Pardon?
Minister, how are you? And welcome, PS and the team. Yes, I'm on 21,011. Activity 10,515 and 12,825. Just for you to at least give us an explanation or some information on this increase here. Where the revised estimate, this is contribution to housing fund and capital development. In the last, it was revised in the last financial year, this financial year ending at 60 million, and it's now up to 138. And similar with the enhancement of community and vans. So can you give us?
Thank you, Member. So the variance, as I said in the introductory remarks, is accounted for because the amount that is relayed here, estimated for 2020-21, is just for half of the year, just for the period when this would have been transferred from MEGJC to us when the ministry was formulated.
Right, so this is just to make, so this
Yes.
would have been, okay.
Yes.
Just let me go to the public bodies. To Housing Agency of Jamaica. And I will, page 168. Where the sale of houses and service lots, is this completion for the jump in your revenue? Is this of 1.125 billion for 2020-21 financial year? Is this a completion of a particular project? Because if you look at your historical revenue, it's generally between the 600 million to 300 million. So is this?
Well, there's been a lot of work through the Housing Agency of Jamaica to restructure through the board and the management, the operations. They have been very focused on moving projects forward. There are, yes, to answer your member, yes, the increase can be accounted for as it relates to projects that are being advanced, relating to the sale of houses. For instance, we have Savannah in St. Anne, and other projects which would have been completed in phases and some of those phases would have generated some revenue as well as some service lots. And yes, this is really accounted for because of the adjustment in operational structure and just the focus and monitoring of the board.
But that's basically a 50% increase in its revenue. So what I'm trying to get from you, which project in particular? Because you would see that you're projected that your sales would be falling down to 300 million, coming from 1.2 billion in this financial year that's ending. So, you know, to see that your sales, and historically, as I said, is usually in the $500 to $600 million range, and seeing that you have doubled it in this financial year, is there a particular project that has been completed, or did the agency sell land, or what? I mean, you know, so I'm trying to figure out what would have caused this jump, because it can't be just reorganizing the organization itself.
No, well, what I can tell you, member, and it's a good question. For years, the housing agency has seen difficulties and challenges in its operation, particular to generating revenue. And like other areas of our economic structure, prior to the pandemic, we at the housing agency were on a very positive trajectory. And that includes a number of projects which, as I said, include one that comes to mind is the project in St. Anne, which is Savannah. There are other projects that are being started now, which might have generated some revenue in terms of income to commence the particular phases. We know that Catherine Estates and other projects are coming through housing agency, which have a large amount of housing solutions projected, and some of those phases have already started. But the projection and the decline in projection really is accounted for based on the circumstances that we are all facing, and circumstances that have impacted the housing agency as they have impacted many other agencies across government, relating to the pandemic and the constraint and impact on the economy.
As we would say, not adding up, because if you look at your cost of sale, it is also increased. So, Minister, it's better that you get the information for us, basically, than giving me an overall thing that is not adding up to why is it that the sales, because some of those developments that you're speaking of is not ready for delivery as yet.
No, they're in phases, remember.
I know.
Most of what we have,
but you're not at completion, because if you look at the balance sheet, because lands held and development, basically there's nothing estimated in the 2021 and nothing estimated projected for 2021-22. So these are most likely projects that are historical projects. So, you know, and if you remember, I remember coming here even last year and the year before, where there were projects that had some delays coming from the housing agency. So I'm just trying to quantify if the increasing sales, and there's nothing wrong with an increase in sales, if these are some of the projects that had some delays, if they are now being delivered.
So we'll get the details to your member.
Right.
Mask.
All right.
Minister, the development in Longmount, that is a HAJ development?
In which one?
Long Mountain.
Yes.
How many lots in total?
I'll have to get the specific amount of lots too.
So the question is that sale would perhaps be
We'll roll over.
The reason for the increase in revenue.
It will be one of the things that would contribute to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Minister, I, on the same public bodies, page 172, some years ago a decision was taken by the government to privatize the operations of the Jamaica Mortgage Bank.
Yes.
We see here in the public bodies that there is still the entity answering to the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, and Climate Change. What is the situation now? Is it still on the trajectory to be privatized, or has the government taken another decision?
It is. Good question, Member. It is. It is still on the trajectory to be privatized.
And any ideas to timelines?
I know that further to the reorganization of the board, the chairman has now been focused on setting up the various committees further to the direction from cabinet that are required to advance the privatization. So it has commenced in terms of setting up committees. I wouldn't want to give a specific timeline, but I do know that they are on the trajectory to be privatized.
Thank you, Minister. The status of the housing policy, where is it at now?
So the housing policy, I know that we had sent, I believe it is now at CPC for us. Well, no, sorry, it came to cabinet. We sent back, and consultations are continuing for that update to be sent to us in Parliament very soon. I think that we will get this housing policy in Parliament within the next 3 to 4 months.
And one other matter, the Rent Act. This has been many years now that there has been a decision to have amendment to it was not known as the Rent Act, but I think the new Rent Restriction Act. No, the new dispensation is the Rent Act. Where are we as a country in terms of that? As
it relates to the Rent Restriction Act, we have had since September. I myself have led some rigorous consultations internally and externally to advance the amendments to the Rent Restriction Act. We are now at the 4th draft of the bill, and that is for us to have something as close to where we want it before we present it to Parliament. That is now going to have to go to stakeholders across the ministry, departments, and agencies for them to give back their review. We should receive those commentary and comments from them within the next 2 to 4 weeks in short order. Thereafter, it will go to Cabinet, to LegCom, and based on the assessment of the product that is presented to Legislation Committee, we should see it here very soon. And that's a critical one. It's a critical one because some of the, just to indicate, the amendments in there are going to completely change the framework of rental relationship in Jamaica.
Minister, I'm on to the housing agency. One of your functions is to accelerate the distribution of titles. It does appear that there might be a challenge here because as MP, I have not been able to get the promised titles to many of the schemes that were involved in the former project, Operation Pride, which was carried over by you. There seem to be some issues in relation to cost of finalizing the titles, and even at this stage, there are costs relating to surveyors for the work to be done. Can you address that issue?
Remember, the issue of titles is one which has been a long-standing handicap to our citizens receiving security of tenure that they deserve. And I can appreciate your concern in that regard. At the Housing Agency, they have been rigorously working further to our instructions and directive to assess the several thousands of titles that are in their possession and to see what solutions can be determined. Just last week, we were in Montego Bay handing out some titles that some of them would have been inordinate delay in delivery to the respective landowners. But it has to be understood that some of the issues are issues which require technical assessment. And so what we have done is we have put together an integrated committee which is composed of members from the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change and MEGJC. And they are focused now on computing all of the titles which are held in various agencies, HAJ, NLA, etc. And to move towards solutions, whether it is that the survey is no longer relevant or whether it is that a small amount of money is owing. Our goal is within the next year to determine solutions and to make the investment to ensure we get as many out. So I welcome speaking to you on the specific issue that you have and for us to make an assessment as to what exactly is the issue that is holding up the title. If it is not one which is technical in its issue, in its relevance, as in a survey issue, then it's something that we can perhaps...
Yeah. Well, I'll take your offer to have an urgent meeting.
No, certainly. And we have actually been asking all of our members of parliament to really advise us on whatever issues they have, because it is our goal to deliver as many as possible so that our citizens can have security of tenure and use their title to mortgage and to pass on generation to generation.
The other question has to do with your role as urban renewal. Sometimes I'm confused as to the role of the UDC vis-a-vis the ministry. I know that you are very fond of Port Royal. and where is your function in that massive plan, the overall development that is taking place now, and how it intersects with the UDC and also the Port Authority as we try to go forward?
Thank you, Member. So the UDC and the Port Authority are bodies that fall under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, not the Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change. However, we work together. There is a synergy in how we approach these issues. And so we meet and collaborate with the UDC and to ensure that from our perspective we provide the necessary expertise in terms of the framework to ensure that the projects are within the urban renewal framework that we want to advance for the country. We are, again, it's a new portfolio, and so we are actually designing a very dynamic task force which will include UDC, the municipal corporation, professionals in the specific areas that are relevant to advance urban renewal, architects and developers, and our technocrats at the ministry, so that we can take an approach that fills the gaps and ensures that what we have at the end of the day is an integrated development approach based on empirical data, using spatial management, and using the resources that we have to achieve the goal of really redeveloping our urban centers and making sure it fits into the whole plan of sustainable development. So we work alongside them, as I said, Member, and once we have the full structure of our urban renewal unit in the ministry, which has taken some time, then you will see more of our presence in that space.
Yeah, but just to follow up on the member's question, because looking at the budget, because part of the role and responsibility of your ministry is dealing with the whole thing of squatter development, squatter
management,
settlements,
yes.
And looking at the budget itself, and we tend to want to. We keep saying, and the Prime Minister himself in the House made it abundantly clear that no other informal settlements, taking a strong approach to it, that they should not develop. But there's nothing in the budget really for the ministry in formalizing some of these settlements, which I'm sure is a major mandate of your ministry moving forward. Hence, probably why not able to even deliver these titles, because I mean, historically there's not much of a budget there. So, what role will you play now? Seeing that there's There's nothing. There's only $21 million towards squatter management.
So, member, thank you for raising that question. It has to be understood that our ministry is focused on the responsibility of defining the framework, the policies, the legislation. The actual implementation and execution goes through other agencies. And so even the survey that is being carried out now to ensure that we have an accurate understanding and mapping of where we have our informal settlements is funded through NHT. Right? And the goal for us at the end of the day is to make sure that we can correlate the mapping exercise that we have using this 21 million that's going to fund the unit to a solution. So when we get there, there may be some need to really identify support through other agencies.
Your main, the ministry that you head is really to deal with policy.
Primarily.
Because we were told that about climate change also and organizations like NEPA, because we were wondering how comes NEPA is not falling under Ministry of Climate Change, Environment and Climate Change, but it is under the Ministry of. It is with the Ministry of, and we were told that you are only dealing with policy, so the implementation will be with different agencies. As it
is organized now, we are focusing our attention on assessing and developing the kind of policy that will ensure the mainstreaming of sustainability. Whether it is, and resilience, whether it is in how we treat informal settlements, or we treat environmental issues, climate change issues, all of that. And we work with implementing agencies in whatever ministry they are organized from.
Minister, I'd wanted to ask you before you went on to urban renewal. Up to 2016, there were somewhat about 40,000 titles that were at HAJ as part of the titling program. You indicated that there are some challenges as it relates to the issuance of those titles, and whether surveys or whatever. But for whatever the reason that may cause the non-issuance of those titles, can you say about how many are left to be sorted out in terms of getting them to the...
I think it's about 7,000.
7,000 are left?
That's what I recall.
Okay, thank you.
And you're correct. There are several different reasons that have been defined why they're there. You would know.
Minister, as part of your urban renewal mandate, I appreciate that it is a new portfolio assignment, and perhaps this is the opportunity to frame the policy, the philosophy, and the policy affecting urban renewal. But already there exists housing stock, old housing stock, some of them from the 70s, 80s, in which, as you can imagine, there's a lot of movement, migration, in and out. In the process, some of these housing stock are depreciating very rapidly. The trust in the past to have them strataed is still there, but we have the issue of now dealing with titling and ensure that persons who are living in there are issues of small amounts remaining on sales arrangements, so that the point is they're losing value. They're run down in instances. Persons' ownership issues are not settled for sometimes small sums of money. I'm urging that we look at those situations. I have in my own constituency an area where where there really is an urgent need to look at that situation, so that person who choose to own, and a number of them want to own these places, can own them and invest in them, because that's what is needed now to bring back the stock, to bring the stock up. So I make a special appeal that become a focus. It's a discussion I've started with previous ministers of housing, and it has not concluded. And it's in urgent need of bringing it to some conclusion.
Well, remember, your commitment to having those issues advanced has been noted for a long time. Even 2 years ago, we had a meeting about similar issues, and so you'll be pleased to know that it is one of the elements that are a priority for the policy issues relating to our ministry, and it is one of the areas where we intend to focus our attention in terms of providing new and innovative solutions, where we now have a research and development team that's working with also international partners and support. We're getting some technical expertise also through some other international partners to help us to really redefine how we approach the issues, whether it is integrating rent-to-live solutions, as in other jurisdictions, integrating some support based on the cohort that persons will fall in, depending on their GDP, and this is a focus for us. So again, I welcome you to continue the discussion that we started 2 years ago. I'll use the opportunity as well, Chairman, just to respond to an issue raised before as it relates to the jump in expected revenue and HAJ, and just to confirm, member, that yes, the jump that you saw was relating to the anticipated revenue from the Mona project. Yes, yes, and we thank the member for.
How much, can you state how much those lots are being sold for?
It's on average 25 million. And see, the goal for us, let me tell you.
What size lot is it?
I'm not sure of this size. I think it is 0.25 or so acre. But let me tell you, member, one of the things we have to consider, a big part of the role and responsibility of the HAJ is to regularize spaces and to help with the introduction of infrastructure and support, as you said, member. We can't do that as a self-financing agency without revenue. And so this project is going to be a very important project for HAJ to help to generate some very well-needed revenue for us to move in addressing the wide scope of the responsibilities that we have.
Minister, we usually have a clause when we're dealing with HAJ developments that reserves the right to the Minister of Housing. Will that be included in the sales for the Mona lots?
To reserve the right of the Minister? I imagine that they'll be taking the same approach. But we can talk elsewhere. We'll talk elsewhere, member.
Minister, I realize that your ministry, as you say, is a conduit for implementation. In other words, that you are tasked with making sure that things that could not get done before are going to get done now. So I've noted that there's about $723 million allocated across various sections for the management of land, squatter development, housing, as a bulk subtotal. Why should I trust you that this time it is going to get done? In other words, we have about 500,000 to 1 million persons who live in squatter settlements in Jamaica, in St. Anne, Clarendon, Kingston and St. Andrew, Westmoreland, St. Catherine. Land, and as an MP, you know, access to land for Jamaican people is difficult. As you know, because you've probably had to deal with the NLA and other persons who have access to land in the government, even trying to get through the bureaucracy is difficult. So I'm asking you, in a very real way, how are we going to really make sure that we can, in this financial year, with your commitment and the budget that has been there administratively, even last year or the year before when it was not a ministry, why should I be confident that with the same procedures that were taking place before, under the same budgets, that it will get done this time?
Just before you answer, Minister, and I say so very humbly and respectfully, what we're examining in each ministry is what is on the budget. Time is, yes, I know, time is of constraint. I mean, the question, I'm not sure, the minister has given his commitment, and it is here on the budget. I'm not sure where we're going and what is he expected to say, except that he has given his commitment and it's in the budget, and that is what he's committed on.
Let me specify a little bit more, Chairman. Please. So in the budget as well, there is no specificity as it relates directly to the settlements across the country. Perhaps he spoke about the survey, but that survey has been going on for a while. There's really no specificity as it relates to the completion of the projects. And there are persons, I'm sure, in South Trelawney that would be willing and interested to hear on how the ministry this time is going to deal with it. It's not a contentious question, because I recognize the role the minister is in, but certainly from where I sit, with probably 3 squatter settlements and growing, because of how difficult it is for Jamaicans to even have access to titles and land, that his ministry plays a very vital role, not only in terms of crime reduction, but in terms of peace of mind and in terms of primary health care for our country.
If you can answer from what's before you in the budget, then I ask you to do so as
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm not guided by the member to the specifics, but I will appreciate the question as a general concern for the approach taken to addressing the ill of informal settlements. I had said it before that we are now engaged in a survey that will assist us to have an empirical mapping, and that's been paid for, not in this budget. That's been funded by agencies outside. Well, it was taking a lot of time because we all went through a pandemic where persons were not able to go out because of the process of the survey to really execute. But we have advanced, and we intend to be much more aggressive. If we need to double up the amount of persons, we intend to finish that. And that survey is not the solution. It is the first step to us getting the information to put together the submission that would go to Cabinet to define the solution. So the survey, it will not be funded from this budget. It's funded through the NHT. But after that, we'll get the submission, which will tell us the amounts and requirements for the solution to the issue.
Minister, do you know when they'll complete the survey? You said it would be aggressive. No? Is there a timeline that those persons from the NHT have given you to complete it?
I think that I wouldn't want to give a specific because we don't know what will happen. We're still in the pandemic. But the hope is for us to complete before the end of the financial year that's coming.
If there are no other questions, may we put the head 21,000, pages 1 to 12. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister, and your team.
Thank you, Chairman and colleagues.
Minister of Health. Is he here?
So he can whisper to us.
Welcome, Dr. Tufton and your team, PS and Dr. Besesa. Members, I just want to remind us all, including the minister and his team, that we're looking at the budget and we have a time constraint and we must ask the questions, and health is important, but please remember to address your questions to the budget, what is before us, and urge us not to lay a long foundation. We don't have time for the long foundations as you raise your questions. So just let's get straight to the questions, and I'll ask the minister to be as direct as he can in his answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, in consideration of the approved estimate of expenditure, the 21-22 budget totals some 84.6 billion, a 6.3% increase, which is approximately 4.95 billion increase over the previous year. On the capital side, we have been allocated estimates of 2.714 billion, which represents an 8% decline due mainly to the closure of the PROMAC program. The majority of the increase, Madam Chair, is Object 25, that is goods and services, and the increase in this object is some 39%, which is approximately 10 billion, remaining downward adjustment of other objects largely due to the realignment of the estimates. In terms of capital investments, the rehabilitation of the Cornwall Regional Hospital, which I know is topical, to date, the ministry has spent some 784 million in expenditure for the rehabilitation works and the continuing of the service while the works are being undertaken. And this year, a proposed 1.3 billion is being recommended for approval to finance the implementation of Phase 2B, which will see the engineering rehabilitation of the building and the installation of the new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. And then, Madam Chair, this year the project will also see the launch of the final tender for Phase 3, and this phase will see the complete restoration of the facility. Finally, Madam Chair, the other capital investment in the work is the IDB project to support the rehabilitation of 3 major Type B hospitals, Spanish Town, Maypen, and St. Anne's Bay. And this year, we expect, based on where we are in the process, to spend some $554 million to commence that work, and in particular looking at A&E at the Spanish Town Hospital and the expansion of diagnostics for Maypen and St. Anne's Bay. Madam Chair, that's my brief opening statement, and I am now available for questions.
Madam Chairman, Minister, thank you very much for your opening comments. The reality is, as we all know in this country, that the health service is in straits right now. This is a situation where we have stress on all the hospitals in the country. We have a situation where we have seen recently where there have been some unfortunate incidents happening in the health sector as it relates to patients being and not being seen at hospitals. We also have been told this morning, but based on what we have heard before, that there's a significant sector of the private sector that provides services and goods to the Ministry of Health have been owed significant amounts of monies. Based on documentation from the Ministry of Finance this morning, it is about $5.8 billion. And the Ministry of Finance has committed $2 billion in this year's budget to pay off some of those. COVID has created new challenges for the health sector. We have a situation where our health sector workers are fatigued, and more recent, we have more coming down positive with COVID, depleting the numbers that are at the hospital to be able to provide health care, resulting in a loss of healthcare personnel. The situation, Minister, is that though we have given repeated assurances from yourself and the Ministry that there is actually no shortage, we do sometimes hear from health sector workers of shortages of PPEs, and there has been, even though I have asked and been told to the contrary, that even in the social media space there is complaints going around about lack of oxygen in the hospitals, whether it is due to a reality or a perception, or patients and their relatives are being confronted with this. You mentioned an increase in the budget for this year, Minister, of about $6 billion more than last year. But the $6 billion, as far as is indicated in the budget, is for your vaccine program. So technically, there has not been any significant increase over last year's budget, but it is reassuring to note that there is still an increase, because when you compare that to the 1920 budget, it has increased simply because of COVID in 1920 financial year, 2021 financial years. You touched on another area, Minister, where the entire country, in particular the West, is looking for Cornwall Regional Hospital and its rehabilitation. And the truth is that the people of Cornwall Regional have become fatigued, just as the health sector workers in this country. Fatigue for getting broken promises over the years for the restoration of that facility. And they are also concerned, and rightly so, about, though the health service is being provided, the depreciation in the environment in which it's being provided. I say that because that is exactly what it is. The services provided by nurses and the doctors, yes, is of the standard that we expect, but the environment in which it's provided is of great concern for our people. And finally, in this section, Minister, the good news that has been trumpeted is about the vaccines coming to the country. And it is a welcome news. There are some concerns that as it relates to vaccines, but we'll discuss them as we go through the budget paper. I'm happy also, Minister, and this side is happy that good sense has prevailed in terms of the government's decision to not pursue the 600,000 Moderna vaccines and reduce it to 100,000 based on the directives of Cabinet. And I think that it is a significant cost saving for the country, wherein that we have saved $16.5 million US dollars, which could be more adequately spent in trying to procure other types of vaccine as well as areas in the health sector. Minister, I said finally, but you have a tendency to say finally, and I'm going to follow you just now. Finally, the PSOJ government's MOU is of concern to us here and of concern to a lot of the citizens in this country. And even though you have made a statement, and the Prime Minister has also done so, that in terms of the vaccination in the phases, there are lingering concerns that this arrangement, the MOU with the PSOJ, will potentially or can potentially lead to a breaking of the line for those persons who would be and should be vaccinated. And we need to get assurances from you, Minister, today at this committee meeting that it will not involve that. And if you could give us some idea, too, as to what phase of the vaccination program that particular arrangements, MOU, will trip in as it relates to vaccination of those persons in the private sector to which this MOU seek to address. Thank you. So, Minister, if I may, or you want to?
No,
okay.
no, I mean...
I will start at 42,002, and
sorry, just for the record, given that you've made a number of statements, if I may, Chair, just to say
sure.
quickly that yes, a substantial portion of the increase is COVID, and I think that is quite understandable given the national challenge that we face. And it certainly, to my mind, demonstrates a responsiveness on the part of the government to address the problem and to prioritize the problem. And I think that's something that should be applauded, not to placed in a context that suggests that it is for any other purpose. But yes, you're right. Having said that, I think one of the positives about the budget is a commitment to the 10-year strategic development plan, the capital expenditure, the IDB expenditure, the restoration of Cornwall, the continued work around the Children Adolescent Hospital, Chinese donated, but does require some resources from us. And what all of this means is that we are now on a path to build out our public health infrastructure, hospitals, health centers, under these programs, and there was no compromising of those resources. The reduction that you see is as a result of the end of the PROMAC program, which was a European Union program that is now drawing to an end. So I think that is also another very big positive, despite the challenging year we've had. The government has maintained its position to move ahead with critical capital projects, which is badly needed in public health. I think the Cornwall issue requires a long explanation, and I'm sure you'll get there. I don't share your view that it is as a result of errors made. But nevertheless, I think there's some collective responsibility that we all have to take on both sides of the aisle. But we're going to fix it, and the budget is committed to doing that. And then the adjustment from Moderna to other drugs, yes, there is a cost savings from that. But bear in mind that in the initial stages when the scheduling was developed and the preferences made, you didn't have a lot of choices. It was more about availability than it was about choice. As time elapsed and more drugs became more available, more vaccines that is, then you now have options. And we will exercise the option to be as efficient as possible with the procurement. And then the final on the PSOJ issue of MOU and what phase of the arrangement we would see their involvement, I would say they are already involved. The fact is that the MOU spoke to collaboration and partnership around addressing the response, the efficiency of the response to the pandemic. We have had several meetings. They have pushed among their membership, whether workers or their management, the protocols around COVID. They're assisting us to look at the software that will log the data to ensure efficiency of administration. We have even leveraged some of their capacities to help us to search for vaccines, and I could go on. So I think we are interpreting that relationship in a one-dimensional way, and I think that is unhealthy, frankly speaking, because the truth is they possess capacities that can be utilized, and they are as much the benefit of Jamaicans as they are as captains of industry. And we need to look at the MOU in a much broader context. When we get there, I'll be happy to share more details on that in another place where you and I are members of the Special Select Committee. So that's my response to those issues.
So you did not address the phase, because you see, whereas you have indicated that there are 4 phases of the vaccination program,
a joke,
and that the first phase would involve a certain level of persons. It is because of this enunciation of the phases and who will be catered for in the phases that there is the view in the country that this MOU can result in people breaking the line. So I would be happy if you would give us an indication as to which phase of the vaccination program that, even though you say they're involved already, when is it that their personnel, for want of a better word, would be vaccinated?
Right. So, Madam Chair, this again is a good opportunity to clarify the real issue and to urge all of us not to interpret this in a one-dimensional way. The truth is, who is the PSOJ, who is the private sector? These are obviously non-public sector persons. They work in industries across the board, whether in agriculture, banking, manufacturing, or otherwise. This plan that we have currently, which speaks to vulnerables benefiting first, by its very nature and how it is structured around vulnerability in the first instance, means that several members of the private sector are going to benefit. I mean, 60 and over with a 65 retirement age means that there are many working people in the private sector who will become phase 1 beneficiaries. Now, when you get to phase 2, there's a section of the vaccination plan that speaks to specific sectors, and that is where you would go below the line of the 60-year-olds and over, and you would address that more. The core now is around the working class of the population. But again, I say, remember, you're talking about Jamaicans, and there is no discrimination except that we go for those who are most at risk in the first instance, whether they are frontline workers or supporting caste to that, and then the 60s and over who have comorbidities. So again, we have to be careful, and I say so respectfully because I know you don't mean ill, but I do think that we run the risk of creating a perception and further deepening any perception of distrust and divide when we're dealing with a national crisis, which rightfully is supposed to be dealt with in a very sort of nationalistic way. And I think that's the approach that we have taken. The PSOJ says they will provide resources, the group, as part of their MOU to assist in procuring vaccines. And that is something all of us should appreciate, None have been provided as yet. But if those are provided, it is the government that will have to coordinate any purchase, and the formula for distribution remains the same. Vulnerables first, and then we go to the core working class below the 60-year-olds. And that, to my mind, would be quite transparent, member.
It's a tried point, Minister, but one that bears some amount of clarification. I'm glad that you have made it known, but the point I'm making is that whether the PSOJ MOU was there, even though you have those who are in the group, the elderly group who work in the private sector, would still be accommodated whether you had the MOU or not in the first phase.
Right.
And you mentioned about a nationalistic approach, and the reason I ask that because added to nationalistic, there has to be a transparent approach so people can have the confidence that this is what is in place for the country. Thank you, Minister. The matter here of at 4202, and can we look at analysis of expenditure, compensation, rental of property and machinery. We see as a result of COVID that the almost $500 million each year was increased to $1.2 billion. And now we have gone back to just over $500 million. That is at function 23. The Minister, is this realistic in light of the proposed vaccination program that is going on, in light of the added responsibilities that have been carried over in terms of property, in terms of rentals, that sort of thing? I know we no longer have to pay the hotels and so for that, but is this $500 million sufficient?
Right. So the response to COVID, member, through your chair, has evolved and evolved fairly substantially over the past 12 months. In the first instance, we had to focus quite substantially on screening, and the government took a conscious decision at that time to bear the brunt of the cost associated with screening, quarantining, isolation. And you will recall, member, that there are times when we had to rent literal hotels to house Jamaicans, to provide 3 meals a day, and I could go on, the testing and so on. Over time, we have significantly consolidated and contracted those obligations. For example, we moved from testing all who came to requiring persons to get tested in their place of their origin of where they were coming from, which in effect screened out those positives prior to them boarding a flight and landing in Jamaica. So there was no need for us to screen them. Fast forward to the last announcement that the Honorable Prime Minister made, which are contained in the orders, which now requires Jamaicans, not just non-Jamaicans, to be tested before they arrive, before they come to Jamaica. So that again now eases a lot of the burden on the need for us to lease property and support and that sort of thing. So the short answer to your question is that we have evolved. We are much better able to assess. We have changed the rules of engagement fairly substantially. And quite frankly, we have placed more of the burden on persons who are willing to take the risk of travel associated with the virus on those individuals, whether you're a business traveler and more recently a Jamaican. And that takes a lot of that expense from the taxpayers, from the public purse.
Minister, I go back to the payables by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And based on the pronouncements of the Minister of Finance earlier on in the day, that $2 billion will be paid down out of this $5.8 billion. The budget does not make any provisions, additional provisions, for the payment of the other 3.8, because whatever is in the budget has to accommodate what is to be spent this year. Now, if you interrogate the outstanding bills as per the document provided by the Minister of Finance, there are some questions I'd like to ask in respect of that. One is the medical laboratory services, a total of $74 million that is owed. Is this the CARE program that is being referred to, where you have situations from the public hospitals to get X-rays and other tests done, which is not provided at the public hospital, but you're referring to the private hospitals? Does that $74 million that is owing, speaking to that amount, that area?
Not right. So bear in mind that the overall expenditure to the regions on supplies is over $5 billion. But what we did, based on discussions with them, we tried to deal with those expenditures that were outstanding over 90 days, and that is where the $2 billion calculation came in, the approximate amount. And that was an attempt to clean up and to ensure that suppliers were not left out of pocket beyond the already long period of 90 days.
That figure, Minister, if I may, is $3.1 billion over 90 days. That's what the Ministry of Finance indicated to us this morning.
That's what Ministry said this morning? Well, we had a figure that was...
But they would only have called that from what you gave them, Minister.
No, but remember that it's $2 billion more plus what we normally receive in the budget. So overall, we'll be able to cover the 90 days.
Right. So I'm being told, and I can check, that the $2 billion was, in fact, what was the 90-day plus, and that was the request that was made, and that is what was allocated in addition to the rest of the expenditures that were required to be taken care of. And that's basically what we did. Now, we did, beyond that, I mean, we first of all, the justification for some of those expenditures, as you know, are linked to the COVID demands. And those demands in the regions varied from time to time, depending on circumstances that were difficult to predict. But beyond that, we have had discussions with the regions, or certainly the ministry, to look at their expenditure scheduling and to assess if in those expenditures there are any measures that are necessary to ensure more efficiency of their allocation of resources. In fact, it involves an audit of their procurement process and inventory, and also working on their audited financials, which in a few cases are late, or fairly late.
Thank you, Minister. But there has to be some sort of resolution between this $2 million and the 3.1 the ministry has, so that...
Right, I'll check on that. I'll check on it, okay. But I do know for sure that we did ask for $2 billion in the first instance, not 3.
I see there is a $766 million outstanding, with 470 from that for medical supplies. Is part of that medical supplies related to the provision of oxygen for the hospitals?
The issue with oxygen, and we need to check to see if it, but I'm pretty sure, because I did some inquiries on it, is not a function of payment issues. My understanding is that the issue is a function of some scheduling issues on the part of the supplier. We have one entity that supplies oxygen to medical gases to the hospitals, to public health generally. And there is a dependence on that sole entity to provide the demands that are required by the respective institutions. And the demands have been unusually high during the COVID period because, of course, a consequence of COVID is pneumonia and respiratory issues, breathing issues. And so I've certainly seen correspondence from the regions where they have had out-of-stock issues and the entity has not been able to respond in a timely manner as they would like. So I think that has been more a capacity issue than an outstanding or owing issue of owing suppliers issue.
But you have conceded then that there are some owings there, but the
I don't know
shortage is
what
not.
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
I mean, I'd have to check, but I am sure that it's more a scheduling issue, given what I've seen and those that I've spoken to, because that matter was elevated to me once or twice when it became a challenge, and I even reached out to the supplier and had conversations with a representative.
All right, Minister, I touched on the care program. What is the status of it? Have the funds been exhausted? And is there any amounts owing to those private sector entities that the ministry has entered into arrangements with for the sending of public patients?
Are you referring to the outsourcing of diagnostic?
Yes, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, the care program is a little different to the Ministry of Finance. The outsourcing program, we have some bills in hand, I'm told. The program has done quite a bit in terms of the numbers of Jamaicans who otherwise would have to pay for diagnostic services. In fact, some 16,000, I have a report here, 16, in anticipation of your question, some 16,000 Jamaicans have actually benefited from anywhere from CT scans to MRIs to mammogram, ultrasound, X-ray across the country. And they have benefited because the institution that they would have had their first assessment and a request made to do these tests would not have had the machinery to do these tests. Before now, they would be given a prescription, if you will, to go and get those tests and pay for it themselves. And of course, that led to all sorts of things, long delays, sickness and so on. So yes, we have seen a significant benefit to the program, and the program continues. There are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 entities based on this report that benefit as private sector providers. However, we have asked for, there's another side to this, which is to equip those hospitals with the machinery that they lack to ensure basic standards are established. So while this program may continue in the future, it won't be nearly as significant as it is now once we manage the upgrading of those institutions.
I asked a question, Minister, not necessarily, but I'm glad you gave the statistics. Because there increasingly reports have been coming that that hospitals are reluctant to give the clients, the patients, this facility. And I wonder if it is because there is a reluctance on the part of the providers to give extra credit to the government. I mean, extended credit to the government. And hence the hospitals or the regions are in a quandary,
right,
and have instructed the hospitals to try.
I have no such information.
I would suggest, Minister, that you have checked through your system to your technocrats to find out if this is so, because there is a significant body of evidence out there that this is what is happening.
Okay, I'll check. But
thank you, Minister. I would ask you to turn to 4203 and just to ask a simple question. In terms of standard and regulation, where are these accounted for in the budget? I see the HIV/AIDS control, which is under capital, but the other areas, I'd like to know where is it that these are accounted for? The standards and regulation. And particularly, Minister, in light of the fact that your COVID plan speaks to standards and regulation as part of the whole process of ensuring that the the vaccines that we have here are receiving conform to a certain level of acceptability.
Okay, so 42.9 member.
42.9.
Right. Budget of 187,692,000.
42.9. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. The matter of just out of curiosity, you have under activity 1003, that is 42,004, page 4. You have allocated some funds for human resource management and other support services, and you have given KSN, Kingston School of Nursing, the DM program, Cornwall School of Nursing, train of nurse anesthetists, and human resource management. But there's a appropriation in aid of $26 million. How do you hope to garner funds from this activity?
That's the fees that would collect from these agencies. Rental of properties.
Right, so I'm being told these are for rental of properties.
From the apartments that we own.
From the real estate that we own.
But Minister, would that be the appropriate area to have it? Because it's a human resource and other support activity would anyway. So that is the explanation for that. All right, let's turn to the next page then. 42,005. Could you give us a breakout of activity 10668, COVID response? Last year's activity for 2021 was broken out, but for this year, it's just the $8.6 billion.
Right.
No, that's last year. Remember now, this year it's now.
Okay, so I have the information for last year. This year, which was 8.4 billion, which was like a couple $100 million difference between this year and last year. I don't have the breakout here, but most of it would be vaccines. Between 4 to 5 billion would be vaccines, remember? So the substantial amount. And we have given a lot of details around that, as you know, both in the Parliament and in the vaccine report. And then the rest would be protective equipment, PPEs, that sort of thing. If you need better particulars on it, we can provide it, but the overwhelming majority would be vaccines.
I do, because last year you had 2.1 billion for compensation of employees. So if we are looking at the vaccine procurement, which based on what was set out from the Ministry of $5.5 billion, rounded off at 5, and if you have a compensation of employees for 2.1, you've basically eaten up almost $7.2 billion of that 8.6. So there are other areas that would have to be accommodated. But as you say, I would like to get those specifics if you have them. But it would be good if you could indicate to us.
Right. So I'm being told, remember, that the compensation of staff has been absorbed in the regular allocation of the regions. So you wouldn't account for that here. This is more the PPEs and other supporting infrastructure equipment for COVID and vaccines. So you wouldn't have to take out that figure, the 2-point-something billion.
Okay. Minister, can we turn to, yes, and let's go to the regional health authorities.
What page?
It's page 42,018. So the budget for the regional health authorities have been increased, or has been increased from 46 to $50 billion. And we see here where compensation for employees has gone up by that less than $2 billion, though it's a little more than the 2 that you indicated has been absorbed. Going from 36 to 38.1, 36.5 to 38.1, that's 1.6, so we're still short of $500 million there. But, Minister, this increase, does it make any provisions for any allowances that are usually paid to employees based on assessment and as is usually done in the government sector?
Until we talk to finance, but what I'm saying is that the amount for sessions is in here, right? Increased traveling, so this is for increased traveling. Where is sessions? In 21, yes, so the amount is there.
Okay. All right, so the amount for sessions is included in 21, compensation of employees, an increase there from 36.4 to 38.1. And then traveling expenses and subsistence in the 22, 4.5 from 4. That's an additional $500 million.
All right, but Minister, I know that we are in a situation where funding, particularly because of COVID and other emergencies, has created some challenges. But in 2019-2020, the delivery of health care for all 4 regions amounted to $55 billion. We are only seeing this year that for the activities for the region for delivery of health care, it is $50.7 billion. Can you, in light of what you've just said, in light of the extra demands on the service, in light of the additional payments for persons who are working overtime, why have we had this reduction over 2019? If you look at 42,020, 2019-2020 of $55.5 billion.
What year was that, member?
2019-2020. Provisional expenditure.
So you're saying that it was when it, but you have to, why would it?
And now we're seeing $50 billion for the expenditure for this year.
Oh, okay, I get it now. All right, so remember the drugs, the cost of drugs would need to be added to the 50 billion, which is the section 25, which is a 8.7 billion plus the 50.7 billion to get the total being provided to the region. So you're actually now at 59 plus billion.
9.4.
If you add the drugs.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Minister, whilst we're on the cost of drugs, can you explain to us here and by extension to the country your provision of 55 US cents per needle for the vaccine program?
Explain?
Yes.
You mean why that cost?
Why are we paying 55 US cents per needle for the vaccination program? Needles don't cost so much, Minister. The needles in the private sector out here, you can get a needle for vaccination under 10 Jamaican dollars. This is 87 Jamaican dollars per needle, per syringe and needle, sorry.
Listen, remember, I'd have to check to find out exactly what.
That's your
Hold on, let me just finish. I'd have to check through you, Madam Chair, to see exactly what the difference in price is. What I will tell you, there was a time when N95 masks were being sold at 5 and 10 times what it originally sold for when the COVID pandemic had just started. In fact, you couldn't even get it no matter how much money you had to pay. So it is reasonable to say that it may have been at a particular point in time based on the global demand, because you're dealing with a pandemic. It's global. and supplies would not have prepared for that level of demand. So I will check to get the exact reason, but I suspect, going off what had happened with the other personal protective equipment and other things we had to purchase, that it was a function of supply and demand at the time. And we will review as the case requires. Once prices adjust, we will certainly try to get the best price for the consuming public.
I hear, Minister, but I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. This particular budget came to the country 2 weeks ago, of 55 US cents per needle. The reality is that at that particular point in time, the needles were costing in Jamaica, after the private sector have added their markup, at less than 10 Jamaican dollars per needle. So the point I'm making is that you cannot say and make the comparison with PPEs and masks as it was in the early phase of the pandemic, because this is at the real point in time. But I'll ask her to investigate.
But I will remember. I'll check on it. I mean, I don't have the specifics of this particular item. I suspect needles are in high demand now that vaccines are available. But I'll check on it to find out what the situation is behind that.
All right. Thank you, Minister. The matter of HIV/AIDS.
Okay, what page are you?
I'm turning to the capital now, and let us look to page 42,000 C4. The HIV/AIDS. We have seen where the spend this year on that particular program is 600. Is $652 million. We saw initially where the initial estimates were 784, and then it was revised to 707. And for this year now, we are seeing $652 million. But when you look, Minister, at the projects over the years, in 2019-20, the revised budget was $864.5 million. And this is the extract from last year's budget book. And now we are seeing that it's 652. I want to know what is it that is going to be affected by this reduction, because we run the risk, and unless the explanation is there, we run the risk of, even in spite of and despite COVID, having a situation where HIV potentially the numbers can increase in this country.
All right. So, remember, there is in fact a reduction here, but there's also an increase in the recurrent, and for provision of HIV, I'm told nearly 170 million are being used on the recurrent side, which would account for what appears to be a reduction on the capital side.
Where in the recurrent do we find that, Minister?
It's on a technical services memo. What is it?
4205.
4205.
4205.
That's HIV/AIDS management, prevention, and control.
Technical service activity 10.6,
Okay.
So,
but Minister, even when you do that, you have based on what was spent last year, you have just over $50 million more this year than last year. How do you account for that reduction that we speak of, that you indicate has been covered under this?
Okay. How do I explain what? What exactly?
No, you
the
said
50
that
million increase?
No, man, you said the difference is accommodated under the technical services.
Yeah.
I'm only saying that the increase this year over last year is just $50 million. But the decrease that we have had, which I refer to, is more than $50 million. So how do we account for this here? This discrepancy, sorry.
All right, so I'm being told that if you look at 4,200, 520, 25 object 25, under the use of goods and services, some of the recurrent expenditures associated with that amount also goes to supporting the HIV program. Now, we'd have to break that out to give you exactly what.
And that's $26 million more, but...
Right. So
well,
you can't use the increase to determine how much it is. We would have to break it out a little more to give you the specifics of it.
And that makes it even worse, Minister, because when you have that reduction of $200+ million, then even if you add up what we have been found in the various places you have pointed us to, we're still short there. And if I may, it brings me to the point as to which targets will be missed in terms of HIV/AIDS management in Jamaica. We missed a target in 2017 in terms of being certified by PAHO in being one of those countries in the Caribbean to have eliminated mother-to-child transmission of HIV/AIDS. Is it that this particular program is going to be retarded even further? No, and I don't want the misunderstanding to be made that we are not doing well in that respect and that regard. But there's a certification program that PAHO, WHO, has instituted, and we were part of the program as a country. And in 2017, when I think it was 7 or 8 Caribbean territories were getting that certification from PAHO, WHO, Jamaica was not one of those because we missed the target. Are we going to further miss that target because of the reduction here?
Right. So that's a giant leap in terms of the assumption, member. That is not our intention. We are very seized with the importance of the HIV program. I am told that of this 1.5 billion Object 25, approximately 640 million will be spent on antiretroviral drugs. So I think the government is still committed to the program. We work with a number of partners, as you know, and the combined effort, we believe, will maintain our position and advance the position in terms of the targets. Some of those targets, as you know, are not as easily attainable, the 90-90-90. Some are even unrealistic, depending on where you started from. But we are making progress, and I believe we are sufficiently seized with the need to continue in earnest, and the resources are there to support.
Minister, I hear you, but that particular one is not unrealistic. Okay? All right. Minister, you mentioned about PROMAC and the last amount of the $75 million that is to be used for the development of these high dependency units at the respective hospitals.
Right.
Is there any proposal, and yes, Minister, there are always proposals or thinking, but is there anything concrete that will speak to the development of those hospitals that were initially part of the PROMAC program but were not done as a consequence of either funding or lack of planning or implementation?
Well, the big push right now around the 10-year strategic plan is is the IDB component for building out infrastructure. And a lot of thought and effort went into assessing the spread of healthcare services across the country, the population shifts, and where we needed to touch down in terms of the infrastructure that we needed to upgrade. And we are of the view that that expenditure for capital development over the next 3 to 5 years has taken all of this into account. PROMAC is the European Union, the financiers of PROMAC, have actually contributed to that IDB project spend. They have provided 10 million euros, which will assist in health center build-outs. So we haven't really lost anything, and indeed I think we have gained in terms of the approach. So just for argument, for example, if you look at the massive development taking place in the St. Catherine belt from Old Harbour back into Kingston, there are significant allocations, if you will, for infrastructure development to cater to that population, details of which will be given in due course. So what we have effectively done is upgraded the plan by looking at where we are and what the development orders and the development plans are over time, the strategic plans for housing and so on, and then in that place the most appropriately or optimally where the health infrastructure ought to be. And the IDB, supported by the European Union funding and GOJ, is in place to do that, and we will unveil plans around that during the course of this financial year.
Thank you, Minister. But the question I'm asking, is there any plan to have more high dependency units within the island, which were originally supposed to have been part of the PROMAC program?
Right. So yes, the development of the very plans I'm mentioning will include a wide cross-section of services, including high dependency units within some of those hospitals.
Minister, Cornwall Regional Hospital, that's one of the albatrosses around your neck, Minister. The question I'd like to ask, we have seen where budgeted from last year a 3-year program of spend which would amount to $5+ billion. I'd like to ask you, Minister, at this point, and if you don't have the information right now, the amount of money spent on Cornwall Regional since the PAHO WHO report of 2017 in terms of the spend on Cornwall Regional since then. And secondly, Minister, the situation at Cornwall is really bad, dire, tragic in terms of the capacity of the hospital to deliver on the services, the frustration of people and the agony of seeing that their loved ones, when they bring them in, are not able to get, and we know it's a challenge right now to get a bed and even to get the requisite and the proper treatment. The doctors and the nurses are working overtime, full-time and overtime, to do the best that they can, and we can't fault them for the yeoman service that they are doing, and it's something that the country really should really commend, as for all the health sector workers. But, Minister, Cornwall has been a sore thumb for a long time. From 2017, that report was made. The ministry was aware of it. We are 4 years down the road, and we have not delivered to the people of Western Jamaica. You indicated, as I said, in last year's budget that there was $5+ billion to rehabilitate Cornwall. However, in this year's budget, the amount that you have, based on what was reduced spend last year, what is to be spent this year, and what is to be spent next year, amounting to $3.5 billion. Is it therefore that the cost of rehabilitation is $1.5 billion less, or is it that Cornwall, for whatever reason, is not going to be rehabilitated in the time frame that you have indicated? And if you have a change in the rehabilitation timetable, then I think it would be prudent for you to advise the country that we are having a change in the timetable. I know COVID, and I know that is a ready answer that we look for. And whilst you're at it, Minister, I see too, and I heard you mention in your opening statement, that you're looking at procurement for the other phase. You indicated that you have lost confidence, not in your exact words, in the Jamaican contractors to get the job done. You have indicated a preference for going abroad to get the requisite technical skills and knowledge to rehabilitate a hospital, and you have made a comparison that it's not just building an ordinary building. Is that still on the agenda? And if that is so, to what is the budget that the ministry is now looking at for Cornwall Regional's redevelopment, rehabilitation, and restoration?
Thank you, Madam Chair, member. So you have said a lot of things.
Minister, I know the member has said a lot and he has laid a lot of groundwork. I'm going to ask you both to be tighter and more succinct in your questions and answers. Time factor being both Minister and...
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm more than willing to close the session right away and get back to searching for vaccines.
We're going to allow you. We're just going to allow you. We're not going to allow you to do that. We just ask you to be tighter and more exact in your answers.
So, Madam Chair, the member said a lot of things, and it's unfortunate. I think it's important for the record, so I ask for your indulgence, that we do not situate the Cornwall experience in a single administration, or indeed two.
No, true.
The fact is there are legacy issues around Cornwall, member, that dates back to when your side was fully in charge of public health and the country. Mm-hmm. The air quality issues started probably 10 years prior to when the facility literally collapsed. And so it speaks to a wider issue which we won't take on here, which is around how you maintain our critical public health infrastructure. But having said that, I think it's important to separate the services being offered at Cornwall and the main building. And I've been at pains to explain that to many persons who inquire, that Cornwall as an institution providing healthcare services remains intact. The doctors, the nurses, the lab services, cancer treatment, dialysis, all of those are there. And a fair bit of resources have been spent on the compound of Cornwall to ensure that those services remain. And I'm very proud of the team and the workers there who have really maintained that position for the interests of the people in the area. And we must commend them, I think. Beyond that, the building has been a challenge, and I think that's public knowledge. And it has been a challenge because of the neglect of the infrastructure over time. In the first response to your question is that we have spent, and I said it in the opening statement, some $784 million for rehabilitation works and continuing of services while the works are being undertaken to date. We also announced, and it's stated here in the budget, a $1.3 billion expenditure this
Minister,
year.
Just a little clarity. Are you saying that that 784 you just mentioned now was 784 of that 1.15 that was initially the revised budget for last year?
Yes.
Well, fine. I'm just asking, Minister, what is the spend? And I know you might not have that. That 784 does not include that, if you have just said. The spend on Cornwall since 2017 when the air quality issues came to things.
So I don't have that information in front of me, but I'm giving what was spent to this point, and I can check on the additional information. Sure. There is a 1.3 billion which is for phase 2B of the process, which is for as said earlier, engineering, rehabilitation, installation of the new heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, which is the HVAC, which was the original challenge in the first instance, or so it was thought. And then from there, we go to the third and final phase, which we hope to conclude in selecting a contractor this year, this financial year, for the total completion. And we anticipate that will cost another $3 billion or thereabouts. We'll give better particulars on that. Now, the last phase will be internationally advertised. So the idea is to get an international or joint between local and international player or contractor. Just to clarify, member, that I have never said that I don't have confidence in our Jamaican contractors. Mm-hmm. Our Jamaican contractors are very skilled at what they do, our engineers and others. What I have said, very importantly, is that our Jamaican contractors and project managers have very little experience in hospital build-out. Mm-hmm. And as a difference, the truth is, and it's understandable, none have built a hospital you can't find one that has built a hospital, because we haven't built a hospital in Jamaica for close to 30 years. Well, and so a hospital, member, is, as you know, is not, and I said it, it's not an apartment building. It is an extremely complicated environment that involves airflows and other issues around infection prevention and control. And experience plays an important part in the management of the overall project. And I stand by that. I make no apologies for it. As a result, I think it is appropriate to go to the international market to look for experience. And my ideal scenario would be to have local contractors work with external contractors, because I think we need to transfer knowledge so that we don't get back to a Cornwall again anywhere else. But I do believe that we need some external input as part of the overall project management.
No, Minister, it would go down better if you had indicated that you're seeking international architects who have that particular expertise, as well as project management consultants who have that. Because that, you see, the contractor can only work based on the architectural design and the project management oversight that is given to him. And I hear you, but I mean, and as I said to you before, that was my coinage of your statement. I appreciate what you're saying, but it has triggered a raw nerve in the body of the local contracting entities. But Minister, the other point, what is the estimated total spend and what is the estimated completion based on what you have just indicated?
So based on the figures that I have given, and I would have to check on the other figures, you're looking, based on the 784 plus the 1.3 and the third phase, you're looking around $5 to $5.5 billion. And again, I am not going to state with any specificity, because I have to depend on the experts. And part of the reason why we need the input where necessary of experienced players is because we have had so many variations in the project to date, and we have had a few.
Minister, it is said that once bitten, twice shy. I think it was 4 times you get bitten so far in terms of a date.
We know, anyway, member, time is running with us. Don't
thank you very much, Chairman. I'm
Right.
winding down. I'm winding down, and I'm sure you're happy to hear that. Minister, the Western Regional Hospital. That's not unusual. Minister, Western Regional Hospital, we know that there was a cessation of the work last year simply because of COVID, and the contractors in the main had gone back to China. We see here now that there is a budget of, how much is it? $125 million to restart the project. And I know you have toured Cornwall many times and have seen what has happened. I've been on one or two occasions, and it would almost seem as if they will have to start from scratch again in terms of what they have done in terms of that. Is there any timeline, as a consequence of that, is there any timeline as to when this particular hospital will be built?
So the timelines clearly have been thrown off for the obvious COVID reasons. A lot of the new timelines will have to be a function of the arrival of the new team. I have had conversations with through diplomatic channels here in Jamaica with the Chinese, and I was told that there are arrangements that are being made to bring the new team back to Jamaica. We have to await their arrival. When they return and would have started the work, then you'll have a better predictor of when it will take to be completed. Our budget here is in anticipation of a return during this financial year, and the commitments on the project to deal with some of the basic underground infrastructure like electricity, the roads, and security and so on that are our responsibility under the contract. But I hope I'm anticipating it will start this financial year, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
All right. Minister, I see that you have budgeted a little more for the prevention of care management of NCDs, moving from 453 projected last year to 555 million, a commendable move in terms of the high incidence of NCDs we have in this country. But looking at the anticipated physical targets that we see here, it is mainly for redevelopment of for working drawings of 3 hospitals and 10 health centers. This is what you're referring to of the big announcement that you're going to be making.
Not a big announcement, but yeah, to share.
No, it was made last year, so no problem if you announce it big again this year.
No, we're doing like the technical drawings now, and of course when that is complete, it will give an indication of what is to come. But it also has, the IDB also includes things like the health information systems, digitizing of our systems for better file management, so electronic health records and so on. So all of that is contained in here, which we hope to begin the course of this year.
And my final set of questions, Minister, is related to the vaccine plan. You have done, your ministry has issued a interim plan, a second interim plan, and what I find a little unfortunate, and I'll say it, is that the plan only spoke to the COVAX 100, sorry, the 16% initially, yes.
The vaccine plan that was unveiled yesterday?
Interim plan, Minister, if you go through
interim?
No, and the second one also.
No, not really.
Well, double check it, and I'll double check mine too. Spoke to the COVAX facility of 16%. The matter which is occupying the minds of many persons right now, and in that plan you also refer to the micro plan, and you were yesterday in your press conference speaking to some aspects of that micro plan as well. But the actual nitty-gritty of it is what is occupying the minds of many of our Jamaicans right now. And I hear you use phrases such as is being developed and will be told to the country shortly, things like these. But we would have thought, Minister, that even in anticipation of the original timelines that the COVAX facility would have tripped in before your announcement of our early arrival, that all of this would be more or less settled by now. We are at the 1st of March, and it is something that is of concern to us. The ministry, I am recommending, and it's up to you and your technocrats to agree or disagree if you would, but a dashboard of some of the things that need to be done in terms of alerting the over 60s who you want to get, the under 60s if you have a plan for them in terms of those who have comorbid conditions like asthmatics who are below a certain age. When is it that you're going to get them? How is it that you're going to get them? And even at the stage, Minister, to identify those sites in the country, especially rural areas, and tie down now to say to these people, these are the areas that you need to go or you will be asked to go, right? Sometimes in the country, Minister, they take long to make the plans, but if they have the idea before, and it's something that's shared by all of us here, because you have a rural constituency, although you have better transportation services than mine, and better roads, and better water supply, and the rest of it. But these are the nitty-gritties that the people need to hear, right? And if you do that, Minister, it will engender, as I've used the term before, for greater trust and confidence in the delivery of the vaccine. There is one other little issue, Minister, and I will state it again publicly, that I would have preferred, even though I anticipate that it will be a concurrent exercise, that in terms of how the preferential group for the vaccines, I would have preferred in your missives and as well as those that come out of the ministry in terms of document, that the health sector workers will be on the first list of those, right? I mean, I am, and I don't mean because I'm a doctor and a healthcare worker, but the politicians and so, I feel, and I've said it before, that you, even before you were at pains to explain, that I feel that our health sector workers ought to be the first ones. They have been the ones who are out there who have been toiling to protect us. And I think the government, I don't promise the problem with the Governor and Prime Minister, but in terms of the members of Parliament, and I also am exposed to, but I feel that the healthcare workers out there should be the ones who we push more than anybody else.
And I'm sure the Minister thanks him for that suggestion.
Madam Chair,
you're not going into a long dissertation. Dr. Tufton, we are well over an hour now, and we are backing up with people up here, and the amount of persons that 1 hour, and we have persons who are sitting up in the gallery, our numbers are rising. So I'm really going to ask you to
just do 30 seconds.
Do 30 seconds.
30 seconds, because Madam Chair, the record is important.
Do 30 seconds.
First of all, I want to say to the member that we unveiled a plan that is far beyond COVAX. In fact, the first 900,000 vaccine doses would be had up to May, and you will get more details, as you know. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, I think it is unfortunate, because I know you study and listen to these things, that you are reinforcing a perception which is highly inaccurate, that somehow politicians or government officials are going to be jabbed first. If you look at the plan gives a list of priorities, with healthcare workers being at the center of those priorities, frontline workers. And I want to reassure the public that I have defended the need to give government officials, because I think our leaders should be protected to lead us out of this crisis. That's why we're elected. But beyond that, frontline workers are an absolute priority, and they will get the job at the same time, if not before. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr.
To crave your indulgence, Madam Chair.
10
seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Hold a minute, members, please allow me.
10 seconds.
Please allow me. I am going to indulge you for 15 seconds.
Right,
because we've been going on. And Dr. Guy, in the interest of the health that you have just spoken about, our numbers are rising here in the Parliament. Go ahead.
Minister, I hear what you say in terms of what is on your thing, but in the narrative to the people out there, just make that point again.
Members, just before we put the heads under the Ministry of Health and Wellness, I know we considered in our deliberations in the Ministry of Housing before the head 21046, but I omitted to put it for your approval under the Forestry Department. May I therefore apologize and ask you to approve the head 21046, Forestry Department, which came under the Ministry of Housing. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put to you the heads 42,000, pages 1 to 21, heads 40. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put 42,000C, pages 1 to 17. Those in favor? The ayes have it. I put head 42034, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? I put head 42035, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Those against? Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I sent you that thing warm, yeah. Just like.
You can't watch show. You sound like someone.
My dear, what you can do? If you take home a visa, go back to St.
Minister E.G. knows he's to come. I sent messages and emails. No, it's all right. just a standby, you know. We ask them to come.
No. Warm is the head of the
We now welcome the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, head 19,000.
Madam Chairperson, let me thank you for the welcome you extend to us here. We're looking at the...
Hold a moment, Minister Warmington. My apologies. Let me just welcome the Minister, Minister Everald Warmington, Minister Aubyn Hill, and Permanent Secretary Audrey Sewell. Thank you.
Looking at the estimate of expenditure 2021-2022, the areas under my portfolio, the National Works Agency and NROC. Madam Chairperson, I'll be confine myself to the content of the estimate of expenditure 2021-2022, and I'll encourage my colleagues so to do. Any other issues can be dealt with on another forum. I can be engaged otherwise, or the questions that are not related to the estimate of expenditure can be tabled in the House of Representatives. But we have been in discipline over the years, where we have strayed away from the reasons we are here to deal with the estimate of expenditures. And where I'm concerned, Madam Chairperson, I'll be confining myself to this book. I've been confined myself to this. I've been saying for over the years, we should confine ourselves to the estimate of expenditures, and peripheral questions can be dealt with otherwise. So, Madam
Chairman,
Speaker.
Minister Warmington, the opposition members are quite in agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Looking at the NWA, Madam Speaker, the amount allocated in 2020-21 was $3.28 billion. The supplementary estimate brought it to $4.53 billion because of the hurricane and the flooding we have, that we had extra repairs to be done. For this year, we have $5.172 billion, an increase of $0.642 billion. Capital, we had $12.196 billion. Under the supplementary estimate was reduced to $10.95 billion. For this year, it's now $17.40 billion, an increase of $6.456 billion for budget for this year, Madam Speaker. That's my opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, I'm responsible for water, land, JACISA, and JIFSA. We're looking at water. Well, I'm also responsible for HOPE, so I'll just start with HOPE. HOPE.
Madam Chair, may I just clarify with the Minister? So, perhaps I didn't hear you properly, but what of the other agencies, Development Bank, DBJ and free zones?
I mentioned free zones. DBJ, of course, is there. UDC is there. Port Authority. They're all there, but the direct responsibility, we have their agencies, independent agencies, and the representatives are here for that discussion. But it's all covered in that budget there, both in the capital and the recurring expenditures.
Okay. So
I was just giving a broad outline. Of course, the questions will come, and we'll answer them from as you raise them from the numbers in the books.
Okay.
I was talking to you about Hope having a budget of $553 million. We're on page 2 of the recurring budgets, and of course that's expanded elsewhere. A lot of that is for the building of certain houses. We have to deal, of course, with GISA and Jafisa, which is about $401 million, again on page 2. That's a reduction of about $4 million. And that $4 million, which was added in the revised, was for some old bills at Jafisa, and therefore the budget came down, the figure came down in the new estimates. Physical planning, you talked about UDC. Physical planning has a budget of $768, and much of that is for UDC and the Negril Green Island local planning arrangements, the authority there. And we have land, which is on page 3, and there's a $330 million there. That's to take care of land to be acquired for the South Coast Highway and some legacy acquisitions that were not paid for the North Coast Highway. And, of course, we have the breakdowns that we can go by. I'd like to take questions as you have them, and I'll try and address them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, behind you. This has to do with page 19,019, maintenance of secondary roads.
Minister
Warmington, yeah.
Minister Warmington.
Mm-hmm. All right, so last budget table, the Lentman system, $500 million was allocated to it. We know in the final supplementary budget, the third supplementary budget, that was removed. We see it here now, and in previous meetings that we have had with the National Works Agency, the program was not ready for implementation because there was still this planning and GISing and all sorts of things to bring it to start. Where are we now with this Lentman program?
It's included in this year.
No, I know it is included.
Mm-hmm.
But last year we included it,
Mm-hmm.
or 2020,
Yeah.
21 financial year. It was included, but we were nowhere to start. So I want to know now that we have put it
We're
back.
now ready to go.
We're ready to go now.
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me the areas that the project will be implemented?
It was the Washington Boulevard, Mandela, and mostly main roads. I think that was the first part of the whole thing.
Washington Boulevard.
Yes. The Mandela was included, Spanish Town Road. Those are the areas we should have.
Those are the 3 areas?
And those are the areas we'll be concentrating on first.
For the pilot?
So you have one? You want to be
We
included?
always have.
All right.
Yeah, man. Always have. But that is not the issue right now.
What
It's
is the
just, it's just to make, because as I said, we had that in the
Yeah.
budget last time when we could have space to do other things, but it was in the budget, which was not ready for implementation. And we have a tendency of doing that sometimes when there are other major things that can be spent on.
The disaster we had last year took up a lot of the expenses. So some of these were transferred to that. This year we hope to get it going.
All right. So in that if we were to take the 500 out of this 4.2 billion, it would leave about 3.7. Can you give us a breakdown of the programs that is 3.7? I know this has to do with secondary road maintenance, but as you did in this last financial year, there were projects that were initiated where you had done roads per constituency, and I know some was eaten up in the disaster.
Yeah.
So can you just give us a breakdown for what
This
major
year?
projects that would be initiated out of this sum?
I can't give you a clear breakdown on that.
Must have an
Last
idea.
year, as you said, we were not able to initiate the programs we wanted to do under this program because of the disaster and other stuff and the amount of patching and overlay we had to do. But right now we have 171. We have almost 92 different projects that members of parliament recommended for to be addressed under the program. And as we have done over the years, we have asked members of parliament to identify 1 or 2 projects in your constituents that can be done. This year, you have given me projects, haven't you?
Definitely.
It is included here.
Yeah.
Maybe not all 2, but
and
maybe 1.
I asked the question not just mainly because of the projects that have been recommended by members of parliament. As now that the NWA is initiating their 3rd quarter patching, and after the disaster, I mean, it was the Prime Minister stood up here in Parliament and spoke about what was needed to remove the debris and to bring back roads into a decent driving condition. Even with the patching that is taking place now, you and I know that not all the roads that were damaged by the rains will get patching in this 3rd quarter patching. So I want to know, will a comprehensive rehabilitation program will be done out of this amount? Because if you, like the members who have to travel the route from Maypen to Manchester, St. Elizabeth, will know that area between when you come off of the Maypen, of the Maypen Bridge, to go into Porus, to go into Porus is taking an additional half an hour because
we have started it, as you notice. We'll complete it, I can assure you that. And as far as the projects are concerned, I can tell you, we can't do a comprehensive program. The issue is that, as I said in my statement to the House, we need at least $20 billion per year for rehabilitation. No budget, no administration can find that. Last year, we shelved the areas where members of parliament had their priority projects. Okay? This year, we wish to include at least 1 project for each member of parliament. Then after that is done, then we look at the other issue of rehabilitation. But we can't embark on any comprehensive rehabilitation. But we're bringing the members of parliament back into the program this year. For your particular project, then we look at the main roads as such to continue the rehabilitation.
Yeah, but I hear you, Minister. I hear you.
Well, you don't believe me?
No. It's not a matter of believing you. It's not a matter of believing you.
Well, you know, Mama, what I say, my word, my bond. So why question that every year?
Minister. I said that earlier to someone. Once Minister Warmington said A, he means A.
Be.
Right? But I'm speaking about rehabilitation of roads that have been damaged by the flood rains.
All right.
Member.
That were not repaired
Member.
In
December in this 3rd quarter. Yes,
could
Madam.
you please hold a moment? Chair is on the floor. When questions are responded to, whether or not we like the response, I heard a very clear response from the minister. He indicated first and foremost that the volume of roads would require far more than is in the current budget, and that the approach being taken is to remove the roads individually identified by the 63 MPs and then go back to the process of fully assessing what remaining roads there are from the previous hurricane damage that can be facilitated in the figure. I don't want us to spend the time going over and over the same statements.
Madam Chairman, I'll ask a question that I was just about to ask the Minister. Will there be a, let us not use comprehensive, a patching program from this amount that is here
Yes.
for maintenance?
Yes.
That's all I've been asking.
Yes, it will be.
That's all I've been asking.
But there's always been every year.
No, but and why I asked, Minister, is that the amount last year that was allocated for maintenance of secondary roads was mainly eaten up in dealing with the flood damages, and that is understandable, right? And we know that some of this most likely will go to pay some of the debt that is carrying over from the flood rains also. So it's just a question so that the public can know, because you said when you made your statement at the last time that there was no money right there and then for the immediate reinstatement of some of those roads. So I'm sure the public wants to know if that there's going to be some, because I can tell you I drove that road up till Saturday and there was no patching taking place on that stretch from Maypen to Porus. Good.
Before you move on, let me, Minister, just to be clear, the Lensman program, you said, covered 3 areas. 3 areas. I heard Washington Gardens, I heard Washington Boulevard, Mandela, and Spanish Town Road. Am I correct?
Those I remember right now. The first phase, I'm told, is from Constant Spring Road, Dunrobin, to Old Harbour Road, in Spanish Town. That's the first phase.
All right. And in answer to Minister, in answer to Member Phillips' question, am I to understand that you are, for the road rehabilitation work, you're not doing a call on MPs this year, because those who had submitted last year and was not fixed, you have those, and you'll respond to those? Will there be a call, or you'll simply look back at what was already there?
Look back on what we had, plus those that I got this year.
Okay.
Member Cousins had his hand up.
I will yield to Member Falwell, and then I'll follow up after.
Thank you very much. Minister, I know we're going through both recurrent and capital for the ministry. I wanted to focus specifically on the South Coast Road project, because in our second supplementary estimates last year, I was told that there would have been a provision embedded in that project to assist with a major draining problem that we faced in the Harbour Heights, Harbour View community for some time, and that a special allocation would have been made in the budget, which I had anticipated that works would have started in this financial year. It didn't start, so I'm inquiring, is the money here for the project?
Yes, I'm told.
How much is it? How much is it?
I can't tell that now, man. You can't have it up on your head.
No, but I'm looking at it and I don't see it.
Well, no, there's one figure here, $17.4 billion for the South Coast Highway capital project, okay?
Right.
17.4 billion. You wouldn't expect for me to have A, B, C, and D to Q or Z listening to each item.
No, I would expect that of you.
So
I would. But,
what I'm told is included this year, my brother.
It is included. The 80 million is included.
The what?
Okay.
The what? 80
million.
I just answer your question.
Minister Warmington, we welcome the utterance that you're going to give each constituency a road, and I have no reason
you're
to
new.
doubt.
Let me go there before you go. You're new. They can't tell you that we have done, I've asked every member of parliament to get even 1 or 2 roads over the years. You don't have a road to do, you get patching.
Minister, I have no doubt. So let us get it clear. I have no doubt that you're a man of your word. What I'm asking is, in relation to these roads, is there a ceiling, a cap, that is placed on the amount of money to be spent on a particular road that is recommended by the Member of Parliament? That brings me to my second question. If it is going to be that the Member of Parliament will recommend the road in question, and then based on consultation with the local NWA reps, you will then go ahead. What I want to know if there's a ceiling, a cap.
It depends on the cost of the road itself. First, the Member of Parliament normally recommends to us the road they want us to consider. We ask NWA to the scoping, and when the cost comes in, we see where we can go with it. There are some we're doing phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 to complete a particular road. But I thought you gave me a road before.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, this morning the Minister of Finance, in answer to some question, indicated that arrears that are owed to some small contractors in the previous budget year would be addressed after the passage of this budget year. The minister was asked if he could give some indication as to an amount that was allocated for that purpose. The minister's response was that that would be in the budget for the works agency, and that should be, the response can be better had from the works agency. Could you indicate what sums will be allocated to address those arrears for contractors?
But the issue is, member, as I said at the beginning, that I will confine myself to the estimate of expenditure. It's not listed in here. Can you tell me what page and what item number it is? The question you asked. Can you refer me to the page and the item number?
The Minister of Finance. Yeah.
Member, let me help you. Member.
Yeah. So the question is, Minister, the arrears that have been outstanding, and you're not denying that there are arrears. The arrears that are outstanding, what provisions, if any, are in this budget to address the arrears that are outstanding?
If there are arrears, that would be the 2020-2021 financial year, wouldn't that be? No, if there are arrears...
Which will be addressed in this year's budget?
If there are arrears, it will be the 2020-2021 financial year. This estimate of expenditure deals with 2021-2022. And I said at the outset, I'll be dealing solely with what is listed there, 2021-2022.
Minister, just to sort of support the member, and the PS can attest to this, because in previous years, in this amount, hence why I asked, the maintenance of secondary roads, the monies that would have been owed to contractors would be lumped up in this figure to deal with historical bills. Hence why I asked the question. Well, Minister, I know you want to gallop fast, you know, man. Yeah. Hence why I asked the question, if anything in this amount will deal with some of those carryover bills to contractors which is owed for works done during the flood period, because we know that quite a bit is owed to contractors who did some removal of debris during that period. So the question that the member asked is pertinent to the budget here now.
I have received no such information from the Minister of Finance as that, and I don't have that what you're talking about there. The issue is that the department that have always that the Prime Minister gave me responsibility for. Since I went to that department, everyone knows that all bills are paid on time. We never have arrears. Over the years. Allow me to finish, member. You asked a question.
Yeah,
Give me a chance to answer on the man.
I'm holding on the
Don't
rein.
you put on your mic.
I'm holding on the rein.
We haven't had any carryovers we've had over the years. Okay? But I can assure you, if there are any funds outstanding, which I don't know about, naturally we'll address it with this in this financial.
So let me ask you then, Minister. Are you saying to us here that there are no outstanding bills left from
the hurricane,
the flood rains?
Well, there's still warrant to come in. You know, we haven't received.
No, I'm asking you a question. Is either yes or a no? You know?
Look, what I'm saying, sir, you know more than it seems. But I'm saying, I don't know. You seem to get more information out of that minister than I do. What I'm saying, if there are, it will be addressed.
Madam Chair, the Financial Secretary provided this morning some details of receivables across government ministries, agencies, and departments. For the NWA, there's a total of 716 million that is outstanding. Under emergency flood damage, that is 132. Maintenance of roads and structures, 575. And settlement of land claims, 8 million, total of 716. The question that the member really asked is, given that these persons are owed, what provision is made to clear these arrears?
I just said, if there are arrears, that will be the first item that will be addressed in this financial year.
So the point, the greater point being made is that this 4.214 billion, where 500 million is coming up for the Lentman program, you have another settlement there of $700 million. So you're actually not having, you're having about $1 billion plus to really deal with secondary roads. That's the point. That's the general point I'm making.
So you are suggesting then that
I'm not suggesting anything.
Do not
it's
make
just a point. I'm not suggesting that you're
suggesting then that I do not address the road that you gave to me, 2 roads.
Minister, I know you know better than that, right? I know you know better than that. Eh? Because there are still roads out there. And Minister is not, and I tried to show up anything. I'm just making the general point that even though we see 4 billion, and we are glad to see the increase in there, but the fact is that there are some historical bills moving forward that will take out of this amount, which makes your job harder in ensuring that the roads that the general public use are in good condition.
Member, we'll address as much as we can from the 4 billion plus we have here. We expect, well, we have what? We have $5.172 billion for this year. I do expect that as the economy improves and there are supplementary estimates, those that we can't address in March, April, we'll address later on. Like your road, you might get it in December instead of getting it in April.
Much appreciated.
Minister, please appreciate. We need to find out if the numbers that are before us, are they a mirage or are they real?
You accept talk about mirage?
Yes.
Because you're always sleeping, that's why I mentioned that word.
Minister, just a quick question. It's only me. Nothing of great importance, but I'm worried about what takes place at the parish levels. And I know you made a comprehensive presentation, which I am hopeful will be able to hold, because the devil will be in the details of how it is administered. And you're not on your own, and there are members of a team which will have to work with you to make this possible. But I worry about what happens at the parish levels and how inadequately they are prepared to deal with immediate emergencies. A hole at Flatbridge that is causing motorists constant headaches and accidents just waiting to happen. That I don't know if we are spending on these parish offices to maintain them, but I don't know that we're getting value based on their inability to adequately respond and to give the technical guidance. I don't know if all of that can't be done from one place. If not, I don't know. How do you assess going forward with our parish offices and what role it is that they will play and how they will provide greater maintenance to our roads?
You asked the question, the money being spent on parish offices, or you mean the money spent through the parish offices? What are you talking about?
On and through. Because if you have an office that is not able to adequately respond and give you value, then what you spend on.
You say on, but I don't recall seeing the office in Spanish don't need any repairs. So funds to be spent on
I'm
it.
not speaking about repairs.
That's what I asked you. That's why I asked you if you mean through, for them to address the situation and within.
No. We have parish offices across Jamaica. We spend monthly on goods and services, utilities, personnel, and many other things that they will utilize in the space. So there is a maintenance cost affixed to each parish office. Now, from each parish office, there should be a minimum amount of work which can be performed, especially in an emergency. They have no equipment. They can't respond when they drive on the road. So they're just in the same position I'm in, the turnaround time for them to be able to just fix one little problem. I'm not sure if we're getting the value that we're expecting or that we are equipping them to be able to respond in a timely manner.
All right. There's a dedicated fund to the region office. Like, here there are three parishes. The amount being allocated is totally inadequate. The way they have this amount that they can do emergency work as such. We have spoken about it, and I have said before that each parish should have at least $1 million, which is nothing, to address emergency. If that is exhausted, they can come back to the office for it. I look into it because the amount now is $2 million for 3 parishes, which is Kingston, like you're here, you're talking about Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, which is totally inadequate. So we look at it to see if we can empower them more to address the issue you're talking about. Because I know exactly what you're talking about, because you have spoken to me about it.
Members, just to be reminded before you continue, we are operating within a particular time frame, and I have observed that all our questions have been limited to only road work and not to the General Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. So just a reminder, we have 20 minutes to go.
Lisa, Minister, there is at the moment a major project taking place, pipeline project taking place along Spanish Town Road. The road has been, there's significant digging to lay these pipes. We have experienced in the past where NAA has not only interrupted just newly laid road, but where the roads have been dug up, NAA covers them and they're left alone and the road deterioration worsens. The question is specific. In respect of the Spanish Town Road project, is there in the budget funding to do a rehabilitation of the road once the project has been completed, which is a major project?
I take it you said NWA, but I think you mean NWC. You said NWA.
He lays pipe, that's what I understand.
You said NWA 3 times, not NWC, but I'll answer, MP. So, member, the project is in the vicinity of about $60 million US. And to answer your question specifically, yes, those are, as you can see, relatively new roads that were done recently, and therefore to put in that 36-inch pipe in the center and smaller ones, 12-inch, Mr. Downer can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's right. To put in those 30-inch pipe and the smaller ones, we've had to do a lot of digging, and yes, the road will be resurfaced properly as it was before.
May I add also, member ADB, member from Southwest St. Andrew, ADB, yeah, she has asked repeatedly about the Spanish Town Road from 3 miles to Walton Park. No, from 3 miles to Darling Street is a project we have, but she has consistently asked about that section from 3 miles to Walton Park. And that is one of the consideration NWA now to address that issue, because you find that most of the traffic now, the traffic goes down to Marcus Garvey Drive instead of going along Spanish Town Road. So that part is a priority for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 4 questions, 3 pertaining to water and 1 for the road. Mr. Dono, you must answer your phone. That's the first thing. You don't answer your phone, sir. In the budget, Minister, as a part of the recurrent expenditure for the arterial roads, you came recently with a comprehensive policy statement, which I completely support. And I was happy that there's going to be greater relationships between NWC and NWA, and we hope that works, Minister Hill. The issue, though, is that for the 5 largest constituencies, Southeast St. Anne, North Trelawney, South Trelawney, East Portland, West Portland, I will add West Rural St. Andrew. Right, West Rural St. Andrew. We have a significant problem why our major roads, particularly in rural areas, are destroyed. The overhanging of trees. And the NWA does not have a maintenance program in any budget that I have seen for the annual and routine maintenance of verges, trees, and overgrown bushes. And we do it in a seasonal way, and many of us have to use our CDF. I haven't seen it in the budget, but as a part of the road maintenance, I know that in scoping the road, there is a part in a line item every time NWA does it for the bushing. I don't know if it is too late, but as a policy minister, could we look into, you said it when you came, but I don't see it scripted in a way that would redound to the best interest of maintaining the roads. So even though it is not here, I commit it to you looking and having deeper introspection on it. The 3 questions, Madam Chairman, I have are for water. Every year there is a drought, and every year in the budget it comes back. This year, what I'm seeing for the trucking of water has moved from 35 million basically down to, No, in this one, I'm seeing for the trucking of water, even though it is at local government, in this section of the budget, it has moved from 35 million to 15 million, right? You can consult with UPS. And the difficulty as well, if it moves to that, those of us in the rural areas where municipal corporations don't have the resources to even deliver, by the time the invoices have to go through the economic growth ministry, back to the parish council, many of the service providers, Minister Hill, do not want to truck the water. First of all, this figure is really, really low in terms of the trucking of water, and we are almost upon a drought, and you need to revise that figure. The other issue as it relates to water resources.
Can I answer that before you move on?
Sure.
Member, the 15 million you see there for NWC is really to augment the amount of money that will be spent by the local government. The trucking of water is now rightfully moved to local government, and so the 15 million is really to assist that NWC does in different areas, and it's not the budget for the trucking of water.
Minister, I understand that, and typically with the NWC, what happens is when the pumps go down for maintenance, for routine maintenance, that is what this money is used for, and it is still...
No.
He who feels it knows it, or she who feels it knows it.
And who spend it knows
the
it.
issue is the NWC also asks members of parliament to assist with the trucking of water because they just cannot. And so whichever way you look at it, KSAC is not Jamaica. And when you're trucking water, especially from Claremont to Bensonton, that load alone can run you between $40,000 to $60,000. So all I'm saying is you really need to, whether or not you're supplying local government, people need water now. It's a very, very low figure.
I fully accept that, and I hear what you say, member, and as a person who has lived most of his life in Southeast St. Elizabeth, where droughts just happen pretty much all the year, I fully understand what you're saying. We hear that you think that the amount for NWC is not enough. It's not the only budget. That's what we have to deal with now, and we hear and we will, of course, look at, as the drought happens, sometimes we have to make adjustments, and we look at that.
P.S., look a little congealed in her position, though. She look you look like you're not going to budge on the position, P.S. The other two questions, Madam Chair, is about Water Resource Authority. In your recurrent, you have about a third of the budget, 19,037. A third.
37.
Yeah, 19,037.
Yeah.
And I'm going to merge the two questions, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. So on 19,037, and then crossing over to the capital pages on 19,000 C42. Right. Yeah. I want to have a basic understanding of what I've seen what the 528 million is going to do, and I'm sure there's a breakout of that project. But in terms of the recurrent expenditure for WRA, what are some of your plans? And I saw where rural water is now in local government.
Yes, it is.
Right.
That's why it's blank on page.
No, I know that.
42, yeah.
But you still have responsibility, and this is an excellent division of the ministry.
37 is where we're looking at, right?
Very knowledgeable, but they're not able necessarily to implement a lot of infrastructural work anymore. So a lot of their commitment is really giving you institutional memory, know-how, and they work very closely with rural water in instances. So the three agencies typically work together: NWC, Rural Water, WRA. And what I find is that we keep dividing our resources so that there's no synchronicity. So now what is going to happen is that when WRA manages, and they have about 95 million here, then you have to cross over to another ministry to manage, and then NWC is going to tell you that they don't have the resources. So all I'm asking you is, in this recurrent expenditure here on 19,037, what will you be doing under this program through to the PS through you, Minister.
All right, I'd just like to clarify a point there.
Sure.
You talk of synchronicity between WRA, NWC, and rural water. The function of WRA is very specific and particular, and it has to remain that way. It overlooks all the water resources in the country and makes sure both private and the government-owned entities, their requests are addressed and that water is not diminished or the resources not denuded unnecessarily. For instance, when I was chair of the NIC, we had to constantly ask them to give us additional, and sometimes they turned us down. No, you can't pump any more water from that aquifer because it's denuded now and we have to wait till rains come again. So that role is very different. I show you how different it is again. Because if you look at the balance sheet... We're saying the
same thing, though. We're not deviating. All I'm saying is that the synchronicity is that they all rely on each other to give services, and they work together. That's what I said.
Yes, that's the case, but I don't understand what the issue is with the numbers then.
I asked you, the question that I asked you specifically, noting that you have now divided the authorities. So rural water is now in local government.
They were always divided.
Okay, they're always divided.
Yes.
The question is about water. What is the WRA going to be doing with this 95 million under the use of goods and services? What projects, what programs, what are they going to be advising? And there is also a 558 million.
As a regulator, and the regulator for water in the country, what they do mainly is a lot of studies. A lot of that money is for consultancy, some local, some mainly local, and of course we have to do, sometimes they have to assist in aquifer renovation, recharging it. That's what that money is largely for.
Okay.
And so NWC or rural water would not be doing that, and that's not their role.
Okay, so you said it was a specific thing for regulation and services and surveys, sorry. So under 19,000 C42, where it says a construction/maintenance of water for
19,000 C42?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you have no capital budget under that. So the projects that were done for the construction of water from WRA, those are now completed.
This is not WRA.
Water Resources WRM? My apologies, Minister.
First of all, is this your?
No, this is Water Resources Management.
It is not.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not.
My apologies.
It's not. It's a different entity.
I apologize for that. But still on the same point.
The
are
general
those projects,
water. The general water.
General water. Those projects are completed?
Those projects are, I can't answer that now. I expect that they would be, but I don't have an answer. It's no longer under us.
Yeah, I see that. But those were which projects?
Those that I can't answer is not under us.
Can you let me know?
I will. I'll be happy to find it.
Right.
Come back to you.
And if you can, generally, I mean, I saw some of the projects for NWC, but typically, Minister, with NWC, in the same way that NWA has a specific policy for constituencies in terms of roads, do you have any specific policies for water projects across constituencies, or I should say parishes, let me not politicize it, parishes, and what are your major parishes for this year, if you don't mind me asking you?
Indeed, we don't. We do have we do have an extensive water project across the country, because the way water works, You can't stop at the border of St. Elizabeth, Black River, for instance, or any other river from the north coast flowing south or north. You can't stop at a certain border. So the NWC, and this I know now because I've been there as chairman for a long time, has an extensive national water program that cuts across constituencies.
Is that a public document?
It's not a public document.
Okay.
This is a briefing I got.
Okay.
But what I want to say to you, the bigger issue that you're raising is a very good one. But I want to take you to the public bodies.
Yeah, I've looked through your balance sheet.
Because when you look at the numbers, you begin.
What page do you want me to go on?
Well, why don't we start at 61 with the balance sheet?
Okay.
So when you look at the balance sheet of the NWC, you see a consistent accumulated deficit, just financed by reserves under that category. And it's 12, 19, 22. And the reason for that is when you look at the income statement, the revenues do not cover your expenses. And so you're constantly, if you will, since we're talking about water, drinking salt water. Your thirst will never be quenched. The only way we can consider that, and we've talked about this, I have certainly, in the Senate and as the chairman of NWC, is that we're going to have to get money in there to finance our water business very well. That's going to cost about, we had Castalia do a study, and that's going to cost us about $3.5 billion US. Now, there's no way Minister Clarke is going to be able to put that on his budget. Just don't even think about it. So you're going to have to do a public-private arrangement through the stock market to get the kind of money and management. Not just the money, that kind of money will have to come with management to make sure you get that into a place where the...
Wholly Jamaican owned?
Pardon me?
Wholly Jamaican owned by Jamaican shareholders?
On the stock market.
On the Jamaican,
on the Jamaican stock exchange. But when you're talking about that kind of money in this size economy, you probably will have outside investors, but that's to come. We're not at that stage. But what your question begs, member, is that we're going to have to finance NWC differently. The way we're doing it, look at the string of accumulated deficits. We can't afford it.
Madam Chair, I'm through.
I would like to give the last question to...
Okay, hold
on a moment.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a moment. There was a lot of time wasted in the beginning with persons asking questions that really relate to road in their individual constituencies. No, it is very important to appreciate that we are going to have to stick to the time per ministry, because we are required to let the parliamentary staff out by 7:30 at the latest this evening. So it is not normal for us to be so dogged about sticking to the time frame. But with the COVID restrictions that are in place, I am reminded by Parliament, their staff will
Madam Chair,
need to go.
With all due respect, if I may just say, I understand the constraints as it relates to the curfew. But I also know that the business of the people is important. And so we will have to create a schedule which allows us to properly scrutinize this budget and ask the questions on behalf of our constituents. So if we can't do it in 1 or 2 days, perhaps we'll have to do it in 3 days. But it would be a waste of time to be able to just go through this budget without being able to ask the pertinent questions and get the answers which our constituents have sent us here to receive.
Member, I couldn't agree with you more, and
so
that's
I'm
why...
I'm begging you, Madam Chair, to reconsider and allow us a little more time to ask the questions, and then to perhaps some ministries will have more questions than others. This is one, I think, that is critical. It's a super ministry, and I believe 2 hours were allocated on the schedule. I believe we need to be allowed at least those 2 hours to be able to ask questions.
Madam Chair, this morning.
Hold on, Member Hilton. I really would like us to be able to go through and ask as many questions as we are able to. Hold on. I am just making sure to monitor as it relates to additional ministries that are still left to come. And as I said, I was reminded by Parliament about the constraint of their own staff. I know our business is important. I'm going to ask us to please be very efficient in our questions and even more efficient in our responses. We have already invited the Ministry of National Security to come, and they are here and are to come next. And we also have the Ministry of Justice, and finally, we have the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. I sat down here and listened for the better part of the first 25 minutes to half an hour. And I really wondered if we were not going to get to the meat of the ministry, and I pointed it out. So members, you have a responsibility as well to stick to the budget. And when the answers are given, move on instead of wasting the time. Member Hilton.
Madam Speaker, I think Madam Chairman, I think the House Leader is here, and we worked out the arrangement, and I think we can manage it. Once we focus, we can manage it. Let me just, in the interest of time, the DBJ, the development. Oh. Okay.
Minister Hill, I refer you now to the public bodies document, right? And page 58.
Page 50?
58. At the top of that page, you look at the revenues, water, and I realized that for 2021-2022, there is a projection for an increase in revenues. That projection would amount to roughly $2.4 billion.
So I can't, you just repeat that, I'm just disturbed a bit.
No problem. So the revenues, the projection for 2021,
yes,
2022, there's an increase in the projections,
yes,
of roughly $2.4 billion. Could you explain to us how you came about with this projection? Is it that there's going to be an added charge to the customers that you're expecting to collect money from that will then cover this projection? I want to know, give me an idea how you came to this projection.
I tell you what that is, and I don't have to think too much about it because I know what it is. You know, we've been telling you for the past 4 years about now that we've been spending money to improve the non-revenue water situation, to move it from, thank you very much, to move it from 70% down to now about 30 or even less in the KSA area. But we haven't stopped there. That's finished, so we're getting, and then we put in 400, we still have a few to put in, $450,000 worth of, 450,000 new meters, sorry. And those meters, if you leave your pipe dripping or your bathroom keeps running, it keeps turning, it gets every drop of water. The deal meters are very, very accurate. So between those, and also we've now expanded to Portmore, you're asking about the future. We've expanded that non-revenue water project to Portmore. We expect to be able to not charge more, but get paid for what we've been charging and missing through rotten pipes and bad meters. So that's basically where that's
Thank you. So for clarification, you're not expecting to charge more in order to cover this increase in projection?
Again, remember, we can't just charge more. We're a regulated utility,
okay,
and we can do nothing except the OUR approves it. So you have protection there, and so this increase in revenue is what I told you.
All right, thank you. When you look at the operations of the Commission, you realize that year after year, the expenses outpace revenue.
I did mention that to member Ham.
And for 2021-22, the projection is a loss of 2.94 billion. What do you, firstly, for 2020-21, the loss was 8.7 billion. The projection for this year is 2.94 billion. Good. I hope that is so. What amounts for that? What accounts for that?
Well, some of that is what I just said before. We're going to increase the revenues that we get. Some of it you can hardly help because there's external factors. Sometimes the price you pay for the imports, sometimes there's a foreign currency move against you. We did move significantly to reduce our foreign currency exposure with the 40-year bond that we put on NWC a few years ago. That reduced our foreign exchange exposure tremendously and saved us a lot of money. So all those are in this projection, and we will see how that works out.
Member Guy and then Member Headley.
Minister.
Peter Headley.
I know you anticipate the question I'm going to ask you. The long-standing project with Eastern St. Mary water supply system, Gualter Vale, Jordan's Run, the wells that have been sunk, drilled, and the equipment to connect it to the system. Can you give us an update on what is happening? Because we're still suffering from the access to sufficient water for not only for current use, but for developments that are waiting on this water to come.
Member Guy, I know that project is very apropos in your mind, very, very up there, and we understand. However, at this time, I can give you a request. I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. You have my number. WhatsApp me, and I will get an answer from the President and come back to you. I can't answer you right now. Okay?
All right, Minister.
Member Nito.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm curious about just three matters. One relates to a project which was introduced some 5 or 6 years ago relating to content and a system.
There are a couple of contents in Jamaica. Which one are you talking about?
Content Sligoville.
Yeah.
Content which would process the water, a plant which is supposed to be placed at content, which Minister Chang would have announced probably 3 years in succession. And I'm not seeing it in any of the capital or public body, not even a mention of it. I just would like to know what is to become of that project. Is it that it has been scrapped? What is the plan so that there can be more water in St. Catherine?
I'm going to ask the acting president, who I understand is here, to answer that particular question because I don't have the specific answer.
All right. So I'll ask you.
The second question?
I'll ask you in the meantime. I've noticed in recent time, and I appreciate that the Water Commission is seeking to improve its revenue and to reduce social water. I'm, however, wondering if at this time it is such a wise idea to be disconnecting pipes of poor and elderly persons who, in this COVID time, have lost their jobs. In this COVID time, the hustling has been reduced because of curfew hours. Sanitation is expected by the washing of hands. And generally, rural folks who at this point in time occasionally get water. So they're not even getting water consistently. Yet there's a source in the area. They're not getting water consistently, and their pipes are being cut off. They're now being asked to pay $16,000 to become customers of the Water Commission when they really don't even have regular water supply. I'm wondering if it's such a wise idea during this time and for a sensitive government and a sensitive agency to to be disconnecting pipes during this critical period of COVID?
Let me, let me go back to the first question, member. And the way you phrased it, you said Sligoville. We know it as the Rio Cobre 15 million gallon project. That project has, in fact, had its first round at Cabinet, went back to the AG department for quite extensive questioning and review. The AG is about, I spoke to her last week, in fact, about it, and she expects that very soon, if not this week, then next, it should be ready to come back to the NWC for it to be finalized in the ministry to go back to Cabinet and go forward. The arrangements for the investors, the private sector investors, both from France and Jamaica, are in place, and those are some of the issues that the AG had to look at. So that project is on its way. The issue...
It's been on its way for 5 years. I just kind of want to have an idea. Is it expected to come on stream for this term? This fiscal term?
Let me say that again. It's going to be with Cabinet. It has been to Cabinet, went back for the AG's review. The review is almost done. I spoke to the AG last week. I expect it to be finished to go to the NWC shortly in the ministry, and I expect it to get back to Cabinet in a couple of weeks. And so we expect that it will come forward for the investors to put in their money and make the project a reality. So, yes, shortly, and I expect this year. On the water, on the issue of cutting off water at this time, you said that I mentioned social water. I actually did mention non-revenue water, which is not the same thing. But I understand what you mean. You're saying those who get water and sometimes can't pay for it. The NWC is going to cut off water. Now, that is usually raised when it's a lot of people who really can pay their water bills who don't pay. So the NWC has that responsibility, and many people have paid.
Let me clarify, Minister. I didn't say who can pay and who don't want to pay.
Yes.
I said those who are not receiving water on a regular basis. So it doesn't even behoove them to really become customers, because when they pay that $16,000, they may get water once every 3 weeks.
Mr. Jackson, did he go away?
Or he knows specifically what I'm talking about.
What do you instruct me to answer?
What we're doing is we're improving the water supply. Wherever there is no water, we're improving the water supply.
Minister, I think we somehow need to find the political will. And I'm not speaking about this government, I'm talking about successive governments as it relates to rural folks and how we treat them. We need to find the will to get them the water, because if water can go to Jack's Hills, even though they don't have any source, water should be able to consistently come to Sligoville. And we have a source in Bogwalk.
I must tell you this, member, that I have been to, I don't know, 50 different communities, found probably 15 unused water tanks. Some of them NWC, some of them local government. I didn't care. I said to NWC, refurbish each one, get water in there, and brand it NWC so that you never invited me. I'll talk to you. Thank you. You never invited me.
You don't have to be invited, Minister.
So I'm saying to you, member, that, and some of your friends on that side, they've called me and I have responded every single time.
Minister, this is not a side thing. This one hurts me deeply.
You asked the question, let me answer. So people, we do not cut off water for those who we don't normally have supplies to. We try and improve the supply. But where there is supply and people haven't paid, we've tried to collect the money. We're going to constantly try to improve. We don't have all the money we need. Sometimes we have to shift around. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Water
We are going to
consistently. Please stop cutting off the people them pipe. Poor people are suffering, man.
Thanks, Member. Minister, we are going to put...
Madam Chair, allow me. We're going to commission the Mount Lawson project in your constituency in about a month and a half.
Minister, that is exactly...
Madam Chair.
That is exactly... Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Team. There is a procedure that we can follow in terms of providing additional information and specific information to members concerning their constituency. We have taken a lot of effort to try to manage this process in this unusual time. And one of the concerns that we have also, with all of us being in the chamber, is a health concern as to the number of hours that we're spending in here dealing with these issues. And the reason the opposition, the leader of opposition business and myself consulted on the process was to enable a mix of oral and written questions to ministers so as to facilitate this process. So I urge members that they can write about their constituencies and send that note to the minister, and it will be dealt with.
Thank you, House Leader.
And finally, in terms of ministers, we urge ministers, and to go back to my little line,
I'm not answering.
for the answers to be lasting, they need not be everlasting. So please, just answer succinctly.
Chair, I've been wanting to ask a question of the DBJ about the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise sector.
And I have NROC.
And
allow
me to ask.
Member Hilton, I ensured after the ministry had gotten to half an hour, I pointed it out to the members that the direction of questions were concentrated on primarily individuals and their constituency roads. I could see it coming. Minister, did you have a final statement to make? You said you had a note? Thank you, Minister.
No. I have a written note which I will answer in the office.
In the office. Okay. Oh, you're getting a written question.
Yes.
Thank you. Head 19,000 pages 1 to 40. May we proceed with voting on the respective heads, please, members? Head 19,000C, capital pages 1 to 44. Those. Head 19046, Forestry Department, page 1 to 3. Those in favor? Head 19,048, pages 1 to 11. Those in favor? Head 19,050, pages 1 to 8. Those in favor?
No, Madam Chairman. I said I earlier said I have a question on NROC.
The House Leader explained a while ago that an arrangement was made with the House Leader and the Leader of Opposition Business that we would take written questions. What is happening outside, members, is that the gallery is now at a point that persons have congregated for the various ministries, putting us in a place where we are now at risk of making our situation far worse in transmitting COVID. Members, thank you very much from the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. Minister, thanks. I took everyone right on. We are going to call now Ministry of National Security.
what do you think, Everald? What do you think, Everald? Yeah, no, I sit here. Instead of ask ministers to sit there, Everald for support. You can sit here, but you have to sit like Everald. Let him sit behind us and when Carson says right here. Let's say. Alright. I think the face will come up beside me.
Yeah, he would, that's fine.
And this is right now. If we get in, then Carson, I'll switch it over, right? Now they know in the Senate.
Yeah, man, that's fine.
Or you do like everyone took this seat.
I can do that.
Right.
You can take that.
Supporting Did I love the seat?
No, man, I'll take that one.
Yeah. Okay. Minister Hill was doing this here. Eh? Yes, hold on the man. Host leader was doing the thing. Minister Hill sat here. Oh, yeah.
You want to sit there?
No.
Mr. Samuda or Mr. Samuda?
No, I sit here. I was here. Yeah.
Mr. Samuda, you can sit.
All right. Whose bag is this? Okay.
Ministry of National Security, could you be so kind as to take your seat?
You shouldn't have too much trouble here,
Madam Chair.
Testing.
Just to remind members that the echo in the chamber, tends to be a little loud. So we would urge that we keep our conversation tone as low as possible, and particularly when we're using cell phones. This being a committee, we are not constrained by all the protocols of the normal operation of the House. But we would urge that, we keep our tone as low as possible. Madam Chair, ahead of the examination of the Ministry of National Security, and in keeping with standard practice, I want to move that a special subcommittee of the Standing Finance Committee be established to consider the defense estimates. That's normal. That normally the defense estimates are not discussed in open committee. And consistent with that, Madam, I would nominate the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Justice, Mr. Maurice Guy, Mr. Julian Robinson. Well, we did have you, Madam Chair, but I think we will have to change and perhaps ask the Deputy Leader of the House to, Ms. Olivia Grange to substitute for you, and Ms. Marsha Smith. And that team would repair to an appropriate area at a specified time to consider the defense estimates. May it please you, Madam.
No, it's here.
House Leader. House Leader, could you just move the motion?
Yes, so I just did. In fact, be it resolved that a subcommittee comprising the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Justice, Mr. Maurice Guy, Mr. Julian Robinson, Ms. Olivia Grange, and Ms. Marsha Smith be appointed to consider and report on the Defense Force estimate at head 26,000, pages 3 and 4, and head 26,000C, pages 2 to
to 12.
May it please you, Madam Chair.
Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. House Leader, Minister, we are indicating that we can start considering and take questions, and then when we get to the relevant pages, we would excuse at that time, allowing you to be able to complete the other pages first with the General House.
Correct, Madam Chair. We can proceed accordingly.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister,
the
Permanent Secretary.
All right. Testing of the members. Mandate of the Ministry of National Security is to facilitate the maintenance of law and order, protect Jamaica against internal and external threats, and punish and rehabilitate offenders. This is carried out through the Jamaica Consular Force, the JDF Passport and Immigration and Citizenship Agency, Department of Correctional Service, and the Institute of Forensic Science and Legal Medicine. This vision of the ministry is to be the model of national security excellence in the Caribbean and to ensure that the Jamaica society is secure, cohesive, and just, with security and safety, both goals of 2020 goals and outcome. The medium-term national security strategy is to strengthen the capacity of the community to participate in creating a safe and secure society, reform and modernize the law enforcement system, improve the security of the border and territorial waters, ensure territorial control, strengthen the crime capability of law enforcement agencies, and strengthen the management, rehabilitation, and reintegration of our client correctional services. To improve public order and safety through transformation of the security forces, targeted social intervention initiatives, and to enhance the policy and regulatory framework governing anti-gang, anti-corruption strategies, rehabilitation, integration of offenders, and strategic border surveillance. The fallout from COVID-19 will slow our programs, but the government's commitment and resource is there's no reneging on the government's commitment to ensure that our policies remain a priority. There's renewed focus on legislation, and we want to assure the House that the legislative agenda for the year will be maintained. I have with me in the House today, Permanent Secretary Mr. Courtney Williams, to my right, and our Minister without portfolio. You hear me now? Better? Thank you. We're still COVID protocols. And Minister Matthew Samuda, Senator Matthew Samuda, Minister without portfolio, and Minister of National Security. My Permanent Secretary Mr. Courtney Williams. And I have Assistant Commissioner Mr. Warren Clarke, and our Chief Financial Officer, and both financial and budget officers with us to go through the page as outlined. Any questions, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Minister, could you go to 26,005?
26,005. Yeah.
Budget for the ministry. Compensation of employees has moved from 822 million to 1.35 billion, which is about a 64% increase. Could you indicate what accounts for that increase?
This is the central ministry. This one. Oh, yes, sir, yes. Sorry, the principal increase there is that MOCA is now, as of the 1st of April, will be an independent, and therefore the budget is reflected in the ministry. Up until then, they were being paid by the Impress and as part of the police force.
Oh, so you have taken on...
As of the 1st of April, they have noticed of how it was done, so they will now have their own budget as of the 1st of April. So
I'm sorry, they will have their own budget, meaning they're no longer under the ministry?
No. When they were not yet a legal body until we do the day of notice, appointed day of notice. So they will be paid from Impress and from the Jamaica Police Force budget, although they were working in MOCA. As of now, they are now a legal body and have their own budget identified in the ministry.
Okay, so pretty much the difference, which is about close to 500 million would, in essence, represent you absorbing the MOCA.
Well, that's not giving MOCA an identified budget separate from the police.
Okay, understood. Yes. Secondly, there is a 1 billion.
And it will likely to be an additional during the course of the year too.
That figure is likely to increase, you said?
Well, you have it here is about 500 million now, which takes it to 1.3. And as they come on, we actually like to put another 500 million. The budget will be about $1 billion too.
Okay, so you're going to have in a supplemental that will probably be reflected then.
Yeah, the current, that additional is currently in the police budget.
Okay, so you pull it out of that, and okay. There is a 1 billion in capital goods. Could you indicate what are you planning to acquire, and does this include motor vehicles for the constabulary force?
What page are you on? Capital section?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh no, in the ministry. Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. No, that's weird. Two things. Yeah. And right. Yeah, 666 million. This capital largely goes to the police. The procurement of police vehicles is now under recurrent.
Is now what?
Under recurrent.
Okay.
Not under capital again. It is still an unnecessary part of the police operations, so it's put under recurrent.
Right.
So there will be a significant portion of this goes to pay for additional police vehicles, which is now managed as a fleet rather than a recurrent, rather than a capital investment.
So the 1 billion represents more
and significant increase given the current challenge we are going into the communication, what we call the force multiplying factor, which is electronic, largely Jamaica ICT, across the board, CAD, all of those will be part of the capital budget. Let me give you the background, member. What happened is that we have had significant cutback in our budget this year, but we still have security priority. So we took out the critical elements and retained them in the budget. So transport is in there. $359 million will go toward the acquisition of additional vehicles, and $671 million will go toward what you call the technology factors. There are a number of them listed. What I can read off. There is the Motorola solution in terms of aviation communications, JCF communication network, the computer-aided dispatch center, Jamaica Eye fingerprint upgrading system, bringing in the automatic fingerprinting integrated with this APIS, which is just setting in place. Then Jamaica has several projects around that, and traffic ticket management system, including the handheld equipment to come in. The microwave network has to be upgraded, and much of these have started already, and we are completing them. All right.
Okay.
So that's how that.
All right.
But they're all coming under the central ministry recurrent budget rather than the capital budget.
Okay. 26,000 C1. There is no capital budget for the Department of Correctional Services. And I wondered, in light of all the concerns we have heard about the physical plans, the status of the how the inmates have to live, etc., it just doesn't seem to square with the conditions that currently exist. So I don't know if you could address that.
Where you want? Is on maintenance. Yeah. So significant money has been put in the recurrent budget as well. But what exactly? I don't see who you're referring to. What page are you on?
I was on 26,000 C1. I'm just saying there's nothing there for capital budget for DCS. Right. So
I said a number of capital things would be in recurrent for correctional service as well. There is, as I said, cut back overall, but there's still some funding in there for capital on the correctional service in the ministry's recurrent budget, in the reconfiguration of the budgets by the Ministry of Finance. And a significant number of what you might be considered maintenance and fleet development remains under recurrent rather than capital.
Okay. All right, 26.
But we have had to contain the expenditure, and we don't have all we'd like to put in the correctional service, but some work will be done to at least improve the situation. And the development of the new facility continues through DBJ. I don't think we'll get in the ground this year, but we'll complete the development of that program.
I had raised in your absence this morning, you were quoted in the media about the construction of a new prison building to the tune of 10 billion, and the
figure is not quite accurate, but the figure is not quite as indicated what is.
And that DBJ would be the entity that would lead that.
Yeah.
What is the status of that in terms of preparation?
DBJ is handling it, as I said. They are in the process of doing the overall, the planning, the initial planning to look at do the research and the kind of, what is current thinking in the design of that kind of prison. We look at a 3,000 facility with a high security component to it. What is required in a modern prison to ensure that it's secure, but have the required rehabilitative features. And currently they're going to assess the development of essentially the terms of reference for it, the scope of work for such a prison. And then invite private sector bidding into it, because I want to do it on a private-public partnership basis.
What kind of time frame you're looking at for that?
I'd expect to complete all of that preliminary work in the course of this year, so we can go out next year to market.
Okay.
Next financial year.
All right, you can turn to 26,000 C14, cyber security initiatives. The project where 3.8 billion has been spent since 2018, of which 1 billion is projected for the current financial year. Deliverables include cameras, hardware, etc. How much of that has been spent on the Jamaica Eye initiative?
Yeah, we'll figure on that. Component. This one, cyber here, this $1 billion here. This is here. Yeah, this particular figure you have here for $1 billion doesn't include Jamaica. Jamaica is in the recurrent budget of $671 million.
So this doesn't include Jamaica Eye at all. It says I'm on 26,000 C15. So
yeah, C14. 15.
C14 and 15. So where it says procurements of cameras and other hardware and software to support Jamaica Eye.
Yeah, but that Jamaica Eye would not be relating to that particular C2020. It doesn't relate to that. This is the details on the projects that I can give you a separate breakout of Jamaica Eye. It has a number of programs come on the $671 million that's in the Ministry of National Security. $671 million in the recurrent budget of the Ministry of National Security is capital for Jamaica Eye, the CAD system, and ticket management system. So these are the details coming here for that. Yours.
Minister, are not clear. I must confess, because
no, they have something down here.
Because it very specifically says that item 10, physical achievements up to December 20th, is specific to Jamaica Eye. C26,000 C15. Number 10. Physical achievements to date.
This is about Elder project. The project that you're looking at on 2600 C15.
15, yes, yeah.
That project has to do with the project to harden our computer sites in the critical agencies. They're not listed here, but I indicated that in public space. That's the contract with Elder.
All right, so does this relate to the arrangement with ELTA, the Israeli security firm? Okay, primarily, okay. Yeah. Have we had an issue with the quality of the cameras that we have acquired under Jamaica Eye in terms of their reliability and their functionality?
No, not the ones that were acquired. The ones that were there before, we're changing all of them. All the old ones have been changed out. The new ones, camera quality is fine. That they went through a number. I think once it was brought out, they changed. They have done due diligence on all of them. And the cameras that are acquired are satisfactory. What we have been having challenges with is the maintenance of the connectivity, especially the carpet here where they damage the fibers on a regular basis, fixing water pipes and drainage in the roads. So we have had a recent discussion on how to build in redundancy and correct the problem and do some regular maintenance, including the box and the light and the stop light, which again were too low, so when they have flooding, they get flooded out. So a number of problems with this system, which not a result of Jamaica installation itself, but because out was there by the NAA, and we're now taking steps to correct those problems.
Given the new cybersecurity equipment, etc., that we are acquiring, what are the plans to update our laws and the legal infrastructure to ensure that we are in compliance with the capabilities of the new technology? As you know, in the olden days, you would need to go to a provider to go to a judge to get a wiretap, etc. Those things you can do it directly now. How are our laws being updated to reflect that?
Well, there are 2 areas. What we are carrying in the current phase is what we might term cyber defense, which is to protect our sites. We are aware as we expand into it, we have to get new legislation. So both the Intercept Act and Intercept primarily have to be adjusted, and we have work being done on it to bring it into the new era, right? But additionally, we are not getting any major new equipment. We're changing some stuff and updating what we have in terms of intercepting of communications and in any extensive way. Most of what we are acquiring new is cyber defense, which is to protect our sites, which we have based on the skill set we have in MOCA and the other areas working with us. There have been vulnerabilities have been identified on a regular basis, and we have to improve it, especially in the critical agencies of government.
And
it stores personal data like PICA, finance, and so forth.
Does the ministry have sole responsibility for managing our cybersecurity initiatives? I know MSTEM when I was there and...
No, MSTET has the kind of legitimate authority. The ministry has the technical skill between MOCA and the JDF and the new cybercrime unit, which does deal with more criminal investigation in the police. But the real technical capacity currently resides in MOCA.
Okay.
And whenever the CI, the CERT identifies a problem, they tend to call on MOCA. And that relationship has proceeded pretty smoothly. We have to look as we go forward. There's a 3-year strategic policy we started for us in the end of the last government. We are maintaining the program, and the team is now looking at that strategy, and it will come to the House, and the new policy direction indicate. It's more development of the policy to make it more relevant to the times.
All right. Yeah. Final question from me. What is the position of the ministry in relation to the public disclosure of the contracts for the commissioner and the other senior members of the JCF?
The decision not to do so taken by the Office of the Service Commission, and we're not going to that. As the Prime Minister indicated, it is something that we have no problem with the public being aware of it, but the Services Commission, due to whatever the station took a decision, and it's their right to do so. So we're not going to do it, but we have no problem if they choose to do otherwise.
So the Service Commission can make a determination over and above what the ministry may want to do?
When the circumstances, they are the primary employers, and if they make the recommendation, we would have to look seriously before we decide to instruct them. We don't instruct them normally. And I'm not talking above the ministry, is that we don't normally instruct the Services Commission how to handle these contracts. But we basically have no obligation to it being known.
Okay.
It was only a matter of when, last week, so it may very well be reviewed, but I don't want to, it's not something we discuss in public space just yet. But there is no objection to it being reviewed. I suspect that you're aware that individuals take on contract laterally, that means they come from outside the ministries, are usually paid at a different scale from people who rise through the system. TAJ was a little bit different. There has been, for many years, an attempt to ensure that the senior officer of the Ministry of Finance would be better compensated. But I don't think that's a valid enough reason to stop it being shown. So discussion will be held and see how that proceeds. But we're not going to give I'm not going to give instruction like this in public space. But there's no objection. Yeah. call him to come early. I finish for 5:30.
Colonel Price is here.
Okay. Oh, you're 5:30 now. Yeah, it's OSC decided not to review the price. We can't, I'm not going to fight with it.
We have on a number of occasions spoken to the need for, on the matter of social intervention. It was agreed that even where there was not a ZOZO declared, that there were programs in areas where the SO and SOE was declared, that there would be on the part of the ministry an effort to look at some of the social and underlying social situations and to make an effort to address some of those. We have spoken about that. Is it possible that something can be done this year to address some of the social issues in and around the Western St. Andrew in particular?
You have raised it to me, and I certainly want to discuss with the team in the ministry. I said the move to mainstream the spending will begin this year, and it's the first year. Prior to, we were working through the projects, you're aware, and some NGOs. We have nothing against, well, we're certainly not going to work with the projects anymore. We're going to mainstream the activity to the ministry so DOJ funds can be directed there, to ensure that we bring quality services to the communities. I know immediately I've already identified 10 schools surrounding critical areas to start, 20 schools to start operating in the educational field. We'll have to examine simultaneously the quality of the public health services to these communities and seek to coordinate the other areas of social investment, including housing, road, and water. I cannot give you any for that aspect of it, which is heavier spending. While it's part of the policy, I cannot give you a detail on the areas we are at yet. The schools and the public health I can deal with because you're actually having the existing ministries using the existing budget to give better quality service in those areas. The 4 areas on the zone of special operation come on a special budget, which is a bit separate from the mainstreaming of the expenses in the areas. But you're aware that sections of Western St. Andrew, not all of it, are among what we'll see when we do the next session, and those are areas of vulnerabilities that have to be dealt with. Or the areas identified by work done by the PIOJ, and then we work from there. And they classify them. You have the 20 most vulnerable in all when all things are put together, and then they have others which are already at risk. They have a different parameters they identify, which eventually lays out, I said, the critical communities within the pyramid, just about 100 communities which have significant socio-economic deficiencies. So I think at that sitting of the next ZOZO, when the PIOJ presents, we can go through it to some more detail and see what financing we can do. But we do recognize that New Haven in particular has a challenge. Another section near to the Riverton area, some critical areas to have that demand significant investment, and it's a matter of timing.
Okay, so we are going to have, as the House Leader said before, separation. So you're going to hear the pages taken in this way. Head 26,000, page number 1, 2, and then pages 5 to 13. Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Head 26,000C, page number 1, and then pages 13 to 26. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26022, pages 1 to 11. Those in favor? Aye. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Pages 26024, head 26024, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26053, pages 1 to 11. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Head 26057, pages 1 to 6. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, Minister of National Security. I know you will be taking your leave and will be back after. Okay. We will now invite the Ministry of Justice to take their seat in the interim.
You don't want to ask that question? Yeah, I just show my face around here and come back. Huh? Come now. You know that? You know I'm capable of that. Come. I just gonna show my face and come in back. I thought I was different. Glad to hear that. By the time they're ready, we'll finish here. Yeah. All right. Good. Yeah. I just said something about that. When you're ready, Madam Chairman.
Members, please take your seat. We will now hear the Minister of Justice, the Honourable Minister Chuck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. May I just say, the team is Ms. Grace and Stuart McFarlane, who is the Acting Permanent Secretary, the Principal Financial Officer, Ms. Shalene Rennie, and the Senior Director, Project Management Technical Service, Ms. Latoya Richards Franklin. As usual, Madam Chairman, the Minister of Justice usually doesn't have a long tenure at the seat. After my brief introduction, I believe we will be able to put the pages. So my brief introduction, Madam Chairman, is to highlight that the Ministry of Justice over the past year has done a fairly excellent job in ensuring that a number of alternative dispute resolution matters have been dealt with, restorative justice, child diversion, and over the next coming year we will add a strong focus on mediation. In addition, Madam Chairman, we have had a number of very important outreach, such as the increasing the number of justices of the peace and training of the justices of the peace, and we will be having many more training of justices of the peace and additional justices of the peace. In my budget presentation, I will be inviting members of Parliament to participate in promoting personnel in their constituency to apply to become JPs. The Ministry of Justice has also been very engaged in the renovation of a number of parish courts. St. James Parish Court is a good example, Spanish Town, and a number of other outstations such as Claremont have been renovated. Black River is being renovated, and many other courts are being renovated, Madam Chairman. And over this year, many more will be updated, because once we have a first-class justice system, it also means that the infrastructure must also be first-class. Right. But before you put the pages, Madam Chairman, may I just say that in the courts, a number of achievements can be highlighted in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal. Matters are now being dealt with virtually, and we are hoping, starting very shortly, the parish courts will also go virtually to ensure that matters can be expedited quite well.
The judgments, and the courts have been delivering judgments quite speedily, and we are hoping by the end of 2021, all the judgments will be up to date. So I can say, Madam Chairman, in my brief remarks, that there have been significant improvements in the court system, in the justice system, and in this next fiscal year, even though we just got a little troops additional to our budget, even greater improvements will be seen in the justice sector. So if there are no questions, Madam Chairman, we can put the pages.
We will put, if
Wonderful.
no questions, are head 28,000, pages 1 to 8, head 28,000C, pages 1 to 6, head 28,025, page 1 to 4, head 28,030, page 1 to 5, head 28,031, page 1 to 5, head 28,033, page 1 to 3, head 28,052, page 1 to 5, and head 28,058, pages 1 to 7. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members. You're a good boy. You're a good.
Marshall, could we please call in MSET, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology? What we will do is to continue the proceedings until the report is ready for defense. Whenever that is ready, we will go back, just in the interest of time.
So, Madam Chair, the Minister of Science and Technology is in fact here on his team. We do the sanitizing now and within a short period. So I would move that we break for 5 minutes to allow the team to assemble.
House Leader, you see how unfair life is? We broke earlier because another minister was late. And we're breaking now, and then when we are to ask questions, we are cut off.
That's a different thing,
man. Come buy the drink downstairs. Come buy the drink downstairs.
No drinks. That wasn't the issue. That wasn't the issue, Michael. Phillips. That wasn't the issue. What happened to us? We were actually running behind, causing a pileup of ministries outside in the lobby.
Hi, I'm Chris Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness. Vaccination has always been a critical part of protecting the health of our Jamaican people. The more of us who get vaccinated, the greater our chances of slowing the spread of COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine now available to Jamaica has met all the required safety and quality standards. I will take the vaccine, so let's vaccinate to stay safe.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Here is a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5. The way we treat our children directly impacts what they believe about themselves. That was a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.
Big up everybody. Want to give a shout out. It's been a rough year for most. I'll say to be safe, be strong, and a Merry Christmas when it comes.
We're in a different race because of this pandemic.
The names of everybody here for me. Didn't even write that down. Dion Jennings. But Madam Chair, I can't see you.
I'm behind the screen here, Minister. Minister Samuda, Permanent Secretary.
Boy, I'm telling you.
What is it, not the PS?
No. You have it?
Okay.
Mrs. Dion
Minister
Jennings.
Samuda, please introduce, open and introduce the team.
No. Madam Chair, colleagues, one thing is sure is that when I shall have completed my tenure as a representative of the people, I will reflect on it and realize that I've had vast exposure to various disciplines through the various ministries that I've served in. Not long ago, I was speaking on education. Now, I speak on something akin to education, but far, far more associated with the most vulnerable in our society. Our ministry primarily is structured in two parts. One deals with labor, and the other deals with social security. In terms of labor, we deal with conciliation, and the lawyers here will know exactly what that is, and the industrial tribunal, and at times, unfortunately, cases have to be elevated to the court. I'm going to take this off. But we try desperately in our ministry through a process of conciliation, which is led by Ms. Coronas, right behind me here, Gillian, who handles those matters directly, along with her team. So in the social security side, that is where it attracts the attention of most members of Parliament, and today I will say something that will be of interest, but I cannot see you, Miss. You have to... I am not...
Because of COVID, Minister.
I am not comfortable.
I don't want to fall off. So, Minister, because of COVID, we have to adhere to different protocols.
All right. Yes, and so I will elaborate on social security and aspects of it to indicate the extent to which we have made certain changes as to approach and adopted certain new policies relating to having it done in what we believe will be a much more expeditious and a much more equitable way. So I hope a question comes on Social Security. First, my other members of the team here, we have the accountant, Mr. Anderson, or, well, not accountant, I don't call him that, Director of Finance and other services and so on. Ms. Coronas, who is in charge of labor, and she deals a lot with matters pertaining to disputes that arise and are hopefully solved by the ministry instead of having to go to the IDT. And Ms. Suzette Morris, who has tucked herself away, and she's very pivotal to this because she's dealing with Director of Social Security. And Dion Jennings, who is the person who oftentimes acts for the permanent secretary. She's one of our most senior persons in the ministry who we rely on immensely. And so before starting, I want to just advise the House that we are suffering from incidents of COVID or the threat thereof. Our Minister of State, who I had designated as the person to respond today to the area of disabilities, he is responsible for that, and also the IDT has been exposed very indirectly, and we hope everything refined, but we have asked him to remain secluded for a few days. The permanent secretary also finds herself in that position, in that her family was exposed and she was also present when that occurred. So she has been off for a few days, and we are certainly hoping that she has been tested, she has not been tested positive, she's negative, but out of an abundance of caution, it was decided that it was best for her to voluntarily quarantine. So with that, I would invite you to ask some questions.
Thank you, Minister. I'm starting on the Social Security side, on the path. There is a $1 billion allocation for social assistance on the path. Could you indicate what that would specifically be used for?
Specifically on the path?
Yeah.
An extra million?
Yeah, billion. For
sorry, an extra billion?
Billion for social assistance. So I just wanted clarity as to what those funds would be used for.
Additional cash. All right. Oh, here we are. 6.9 billion in the budget, and 318, which is likely to decline somewhat because of students dropping out of school. I'm not quite...
All right, so look on 4,023.
I don't see it here.
All right, so you have on the 4,023 budget 6.9, public assistance grant 1 billion. That 1 billion, if you could just elaborate what that 1 billion.
Can you give me the subhead number?
4,023 on the path.
Okay.
4,023. Budget for 21-22.
40,000.
40,000, sorry, not 4,000. 40,000.
I'm looking for 40.
Page 23.
See it here?
40,000.
40,023.
It's the section Appendix 1, Program
Appendix
for Advancement through Health and Education Path.
Well, I have been handed a document here that I don't see what you're referring to.
Just look on this. You don't have this book here.
Give me the budget. Give me the budget. Okay. Start again now.
On the budget for 21-22, up the top, you see the components. I was asking about that 1 billion there.
So this is a breakdown. The 1 billion here, these are the different grants. So this $1 billion, these are the grants. These are what?
I know. Well, okay. These are in the area of other public assistance grants. And the areas that they affect is post-secondary, tertiary, back to school, the usual.
Okay, all right.
The usual areas that are outlined there.
All right.
I'm delaying because I can't quite understand, because you normally would pick that up.
All right. There's a projected reduction in path beneficiaries from 271,000 to 259. Could you explain the rationale for that? Is it that persons have graduated and are off the program? particularly at a time when there's more need?
Well, some have dropped out of school. And notwithstanding the fact that we try through our social workers to be very vigilant in monitoring it, we find that there has been a decline. But we expect that as soon as the pandemic eases, then that we will resume the load that we were carrying, and we expect that to increase.
Do you have any idea of what that number is in terms of those who would have dropped out of school, and what measures are being put in place through the social workers to reach those persons?
Well, that leads me to what I really want to say to the House today.
Talk up in the mic.
What I really want to say to the House today. There has been a perception over the years that the involvement of the political representatives in the constituencies are outside of the purview of the Ministry of Labour, and the social workers who ought to attend at the offices of the respective members of Parliament to solicit their support is a little less than required as far as the new thinking is concerned. So we are adopting an approach in the ministry, a totally open and transparent approach, because it occurs to us that we have 63 members of Parliament, and that is anticipated that those 63 parliamentarians have structured organizations, and they are in touch directly with the persons who are most vulnerable, and they are better able to identify where the needs are. So we have declared and will insist that from now on, it is a part of the requirement of a social worker to visit regularly with the members of Parliament and to solicit their support in identifying. It came to my attention when I was told that somebody says we don't get involved in politics. Well, I can't think of anything that is more akin to political necessity than the distribution of social benefits. That is what we are elected to do. And our ministry will no longer be a sort of at a distance, but will be an integral part in everything we do in this ministry with respect to the distribution, identification, and distribution of social services.
One of the issues that exist is the relatively small number of social workers to the number of paths. How do you plan to address that?
One glass of water.
What do you want?
Glass of water.
Just ask. Glass
yes,
of water.
we are aware, and it became very obvious because a lot of the things that we were looking for and did not receive, when we checked it came back to a shortage of boots on the ground, right? Making the contacts. And so there is a shortage, but we are going to be increasing that quite rapidly. But it is remember, even if there is a shortage, whatever we have now, there must be a direct engagement with the members of Parliament. Because I believe that it is pointless having 63 organizations in the country with reach that most of us don't have and leave it idle, sitting to be advised. It must be part of the advising of what is needed. So it will, the pressure on the social workers will be significantly reduced if the attitude and the posture is changed, a more enabling environment. That's what we're going to do.
Minister, I don't think you'll get any dissent in this House for that position. I just think it's important that the the civil servants work with the directive that you are?
No, but they have
setting?
been.
All right.
Remember, let me tell you, when I went to the ministry, one of the first things I did, which is my style in any case, is I convened a management meeting. We started off, and then we decided we'd have it every week initially. We'd go down to every 2 weeks eventually. But about 30 of the senior managers. So I told them, okay? Yeah, I'm relatively new to the team, so I said to them, listen, we are going to share information at the leadership level of this ministry. So they're all aware of the new posture that we have adopted, and it is fair to say that so far I have received great cooperation and support for it. But associated with that must be a level of transparency. Everything that happens in the ministry must flow through the senior leadership, and everyone must know what is going on. Well, of course, there are naturally certain things that are confidential that you wouldn't do, you adopt that approach. But we are seeking to make sure that we are operating from the basis of openness and transparency.
Do you have the figure for the non-compliance rate among PATH beneficiaries, and has that significantly increased since the advent of COVID?
The number of?
Non-compliance.
Oh, the non-compliance rate, you have it?
The compliance rate has been waived since COVID.
Well, I'm told that the conditionalities have been waived since COVID, which is understandable. It has waned. I mean, they're not as compliant as before COVID. But I can get the information and bring it to you in Parliament.
There is an allocation of 800 million for social insurance on the senior citizens. How many seniors are targeted, or how many individuals for that specific program? Social insurance program under.
How many seniors get on it? No, I'm going to tell you. About 2,000. 52,000.
52,000 seniors?
52,000. That was taken through Cabinet recently because what we realized with the pressures of the day, with the pandemic, and just general pressures that group is suffering from, the administration decided that some relief should be brought to them. They are not in the structured scheme, but it was felt by my colleagues that it was appropriate, and so Cabinet approved that each member so identified would receive $4,300 a month. It is not as much as Mr. Biden's allocation in his program, but it's what we can afford at this time. Social pension.
How is it that they get on the program, Minister?
Well, they are identified. Well, here again, it comes back to the identification process. And I have to emphasize this because I want to leave this meeting with that theme. The identification and all that transpires between the field and the office is too closeted. And I don't apologize for saying that. For most persons in the field, at the level of the representatives, the information flow is minimal. All you know is that so many people are being allocated resources, and it is after the fact that the representative is brought into the picture. And the work of a social worker is to be out there to encourage and promote unity and a sense of camaraderie among the people. And that is divisive. So we are, again, going to appeal to the members of parliament to support this approach and insist, and we will put you in touch with your social worker. Social worker will visit, and you work together to identify the people who are in need.
Okay. There was
and we will lay on the table of the House a ministry paper outlining the details of that program.
There was an allocation of $210 million for the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. Does that take into account the transition to a statutory agency for that entity?
No, it's more than that. More than last year. 210 more. No, I want to know the total above last year. We have increased the benefits to the elderly and persons with disabilities by $54 million this year. Okay. That is the importance we place on caring and giving support to the disabled.
All right, so the 210 reflects the 54 million increase?
Yes.
Okay. And so my specific question was, does that allow them to become a statutory agency, which was part of the plan based on what the ministry said?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
It does.
All right. Oh. In the Governor General's throne speech, it was indicated that the Disabilities Act would be implemented this fiscal year. Is there a specific date for that?
That is an assignment that I gave to the Minister of State, Maine, and he has been pursuing it vigorously. The regulations are in the final stages of being worked through, and we are expecting that the submission to Cabinet for the laying of the regulations will follow in short order. Okay. A lot of work has been done in this Parliament as well as at the Cabinet level.
All right, shifting a little to NIS, there's been a projected reduction in earnings from investment income for the NIS from 13 to 8 billion. What implication would that have for pensioners and their ability to fulfill
Well, the truth is that it is a concern that we all share. And the concern stems from the fact, first of all, the Minister of Finance has great interest in it because the guarantee for the funding is to be found in the through the consolidated fund. So it is important that the fund does well and expands. And since I've been there and looked at it and had discussions with those who were there before, people expert in this kind of thing, we are satisfied that the rate that we have to increase the growth, we have to grow at a considerably larger degree than we have been. In fact, we have been growing sufficiently. We've taken some turns that have not proven beneficial, and we're doing everything possible to correct that and to get us on a path. We've just approved a very competent board, and we have had discussions with the board, and I'm satisfied that they will do an excellent job in monitoring the affairs of that fund. But it is a vitally important fund. It is $121 billion of money to manage. It's not a play thing. It's a big, big bank. And we must treat it that way. And so great emphasis. We've made mistakes in the past. Both sides have made mistakes in the past. And we're seeking to correct those mistakes rapidly.
All right. On the farm work program, what plans exist and you can correct me if I'm wrong, are we still, given COVID, I don't know if we have been still sending people. We still have been?
Look here. Let me tell you something. The farm work program is a program that has received most of my attention since going to the ministry a couple of months ago. Because I often wondered, as a representative, here come back to the point, the importance of the Member of Parliament. I've often wondered, how come I keep submitting recommendations and I can't hear that they're gone? So I started to investigate it more in greater detail. And I had meetings with the farmers and with the liaison officers and everybody. And the unfortunate thing is, number one, 90% of those workers who are on the program as we speak will be returning this year because the farmers have developed a relationship with them and they don't want anybody else to come but those. So 85-90%, in a nutshell, let me put it to you this way, same ones. Only 15, I would say that a good estimate of how many new players would be going this year is only about 1,500. At any year, because the return factor is so heavily weighted and supported by those who have developed a relation. Some of them, last week I had a meeting, I had a virtual meeting with one farmer from a family from Connecticut who came to Jamaica and entertained their workers at a hotel. Spent a weekend. That is the respect they have for them. And Jamaicans are making their name in no uncertain manner in the United States through the farm work program. But the downside for us that lack the employment is that they are doing such a good job that the farmers don't want to release them. Some of them leave their clothes there, their personal belongings, because they will be returning.
So that means the pool that the ministry has of names.
Here is it now. Here's the pool now.
Yeah.
Here's the pool. We need a pool. We need a pool. Right now the pool has been depleted considerably. And I suspect a lot of people get fed up. We are going to establish, I want to set a pool of 3,000. But here is the responsibility on the shoulders of the members of Parliament. The allocations that we will send you, we ought to only send you like 15. But the allocations that we will ask you to provide for us, you will have to make sure that your organization vets them so that when they go in the pool, we can be assured that when we get the call from Canada or the United States, that those members, when they go to be interviewed or to be checked by their liaison officers coming down to visit, that those who are called will be going. So you reduce this guess and spell. Some people call and never hear another word. So we are trying to reduce it down to a meaningful amount that we can have some assurance that they will, in fact, go to the United States under the program.
Minister, just a quick observation as a rural MP, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that the cards are so near and dear that you can't afford for disqualifications. One of the things that I've found, which I've had to deal with year in, year out, is the disqualification by the Ministry of Labour for persons whose passport does not stipulate farmer. And it's a major, 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 major problem, because the truth is that many people who are carpenters or taxi drivers have to end up in farming because there's no other opportunity for them, especially in the rural area. Oh. So I'm asking you, I have raised it before with a previous minister But as a new minister, I think it's my duty to bring it to your attention that this is something that needs to be streamlined, because they have all the qualifications, they meet all the requirements, and they are refused because their passport, their occupation in their passport states other than farmer.
My dear colleague, the fact is that that is not in our hands. That's a stipulation by the receiving country. And they stipulate that they must show in their passport that they are farmers. What we need to do,
but Minister, before he advises you on that, I went further, because it has happened to me year in, year out. And what I insist is that persons who do not have farmer in their passport are registered with RADA, or the Jamaica Agricultural Society, and get a membership or a receipt to show that they have signed up. Right. And I'm only saying that in your discussions with the hosting country.
Yes.
That is a matter that's brought up, because it's unfair and it's unjust if it is that they can show, other than their passport, that they are registered legitimate farmers.
I think the team it fully endorses that. And we will have a meeting with the American minister, or what they call him, Secretary of Agriculture, or his department member.
It would go a far way, because a lot of bona fide farmers have been disqualified year in, year out as a result of that stipulation.
Yes. Member Phillips, I also saw Member Cousins' hand up. I'm not sure if he still has a question.
Yeah, I just want to go back to page 40,003.
What is that? What? They're not in right.
There's a.
What is it? What is it? Under what? Under what? Hmm? No, under what? 43. Oh, I see.
And 40,002.
Where? What is the area of?
Other social security and welfare services, or awards of social assistance. I just want to know if it's a typographical, or this figure is the actual figure. Social welfare services, the normal allocation is anywhere between 700 and 500 million. We're seeing a $9.2 billion posted.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, what happened, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security don't have a capital budget. The capital allocation, it was felt that those funds should be allocated.
Oh, because it used to, so it is now in the recurrent.
Right.
Okay, no, I just want to know, because the numbers.
I know. It's the same, that's why I reminded him, I spoke to him about it.
Yes.
But that's exactly right.
Okay.
Like easy to get confused.
But just on the farm work, Minister, because many of those who were interviewed in 2018, still a large portion of them still have not gotten called to the medical or anything like that. And I hear you speaking about the pool, right? And that normally the ministry usually wait until the pool reaches down to a certain level before they start recruiting again. But if those who were interviewed in 2018 have not yet traveled.
No, I see the point you're making, but actually the pool has been depleted considerably. But what this new system will ensure is that there is participation by the members of parliament in making those recommendations, because the speculation was that those decisions were being made elsewhere, and that we can't have anymore. I want to make sure that when I come into this honorable house and I see my colleagues here, that they have an idea as to what levels they have gone to help their people to get on the program directly, and not hear that John Brown.
So are you saying that recruitment will happen sometime soon?
No, once you submit those names, those names it will be assumed that you have done some vetting already, so the passage will be easier.
But we can't submit the names unless the ministry has
no, you're coming
is
soon.
beckoned to us.
No, I know you want the...
Believe me not. Oh. I have a book with over 3,000 names and it's only 40 you give me, so it's more pressure. It's more pressure on me. So I just want to know, Minister.
Is this thing working? Oh, yeah.
If it is then that you're going to be, you're seeing data that you're only recruiting 1,500 new per year on top of what is actually there, right? So my question is that if that is so, and you did a recruitment in 2018, I think, and I'm trying to remember the dates. Did you do one early 2020, which was basically aborted because of the pandemic?
It slowed down.
Well, they have not done any interviews.
It was slowed down.
They have not done any interviews. So I'm just trying to figure out or to get from you, will there be a recruitment drive coming soon?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
And you will be given a list of names to recruit.
Okay. Thank
so
you.
You are now a recruiter as well.
Yeah.
Member Cousins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the member Phillips would have asked the question that I had intended to ask, and so I believe that it was sufficiently answered. So we don't need to go any further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. May we now go ahead and take the heads? We do have some amendments, so what I will do, I will call out the amendments first, and we will take a vote first on the amendments. Minor amendments, the sheets were circulated since this morning, after which we will take the heads with the amendments. So, here goes. 4,001. I'm going to Junior. 40,000, page 1. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. 40,000, page 15. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 40,000, page 18. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. 40,000, page 21. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So, inclusive of the relevant amendments which we just took, we will now take the heads. 40,000. Let me go. 40,000. 40,000, page 1 to 22 with amendments. Aye. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. 40,000 C, pages 1 to 5. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. We would like to thank the Minister of Labour and Social Security for today.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. We will sanitize and then immediately take the Ministry of Science and Technology. Science, Energy and Technology will be next up. Do we have a lot of questions for the Minister of Science and Technology, Minister Paulwell? Two of you. Minister Vaz, a moment, please. No, I'm actually wanting to just take the few pages from the defense budget. We'll just vote, and then we will take your ministry. Minister Chang, would you be so kind as to, Minister Chang, would you be so kind as to take your seat for a moment, sir? Members, the report of the subcommittee of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives appointed to consider Defense Force estimates is in and has been approved by the committee as it relates to Head 26,000, pages 3 and 4, and Head 26,000C, pages 2 through 12. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Minister Chang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members. Thank you all very much.
We will now take the... Yes, you will need to sanitize, Minister Vaz. We will now take the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology.
That's why I'm more inspired. Yes, yes. I'm going to take off your mask. In case I'm going to the book, you can just find the places for me. Mr. Francesca.
Welcome, Minister Vaz, Permanent Secretary, and her team. Minister Vaz, could you please introduce your team?
Thank you very much.
Members, quiet.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I have sitting with me here today Permanent Secretary Carol Palmer, CTD Joaquin Murray for the Technology Division of the Ministry, Mr. Fitzroy Vidal from the Energy and Science Division, and Mr. Francesco, who is the PFO, Principal Financial Officer for the Ministry. Madam Chairman, as you know, I'm a new kid on the block, and I will have a few opening remarks, and the format will be somewhat different based on the COVID protocols that were discussed between the leader of government business and the opposition as it relates to questions that I had discussion with my counterparts in the opposition, spokesperson Paulwell, and also spokesperson Graham, one for energy and science and one for technology. So what I'll do after my preamble, Madam Chairman, is I'll ask MP Paulwell to table the questions for which he has already given me, and I have prepared answers in order to cut the time short. And in discussion with the MP Graham, he says that I can just go straight to the questions. So hopefully we will be short and sweet. So, Madam Chairman, members, the Ministry will continue its strategic focus on strengthening the institutional arrangements in the science, energy, and ICT sectors, implementing a new electricity regime with the establishment of the Government Electrical Regulator, the GR, by July 1st, 2021, after a 3-month transition period starting April 2021. Establishment of the Office of the Information Commissioner, the OIC, to give effect to the Data Protection Act 2020. Establishment of the new ICT authority to move to a digital society and a digital government. Aligned to this activity is the implementation of a national broadband network, which will involve the strengthening of the enabling framework, policies, legislation, and regulations. And of strategic importance is the country's energy agenda and the achievement of the Integrated Resource Plan, IRP targets. Focused attention will be given to moving forward with the recommendations regarding Petrojam, for which those consultations were held by virtue of Cabinet's direction, and that submission is now due to go back to Cabinet at any time in the coming weeks, at which point we will have a debate in Parliament in relation to that matter. As far as the science portfolio is concerned, there will be an expanded emphasis as we include the science, technology, and innovation policy and move it towards implementation. With respect to the Ministry's legislative agenda, we'll be advancing the work on critical pieces of legislation to include the Petroleum Downstream Activities Bill, the Petroleum Bill, the Electricity Validation, Indemnification, and Amendment Bill, and the Net Billing Regulations. Additionally, we'll be seeking to amend the monetary penalties and custodian sentences in the various pieces of legislation that fall within the Ministry's portfolio. The Ministry will also support the review of the Electrical Act and the Cybercrimes Act by the committees of Parliament that have been established to consider same, and those dates have been set for the 24th and 25th of March, depending obviously on the next review of the Disaster Risk Management Act, which comes up on the 22nd, for renewal on the 22nd. So, Madam Chairman, members, I think I'll ask Minister Paulwell if he wants to just table the questions that he had raised or he had sent in to me, and I will respond to them in the order that I have them. Thank you very much, Chairman. By the way, it's 10 pages of response. If you want me to cut it to 5, I can.
Madam Chairman, I will assure you that I will accept your written responses. I don't think we need to go through all 10 pages today. And my questions relate to both the budget, the recurrent and capital, and also, very importantly, the matters in relation to public bodies. And as is customary for this ministry, it will focus mainly more on policy issues embodied in the two documents. I have submitted to the Minister questions in relation to PCJ. As you know, the government had taken a decision to close PCJ, and there are some matters arising from that closure. Well, firstly, the Minister is to explain if it is now closed, what has happened with the staff, but also what has happened to some of the functions that the PCJ used to perform. And in particular, Madam Chairman, you know that we were quite keen on the oil and gas exploration project, having witnessed the signing of that first major exploration license, to get an update from the Minister on that and to see where we are with the possibilities of other licensees. So that's the first area. The second area obviously has to do with Petrojam. The issue as to the future of Petrojam, especially in light of the report that was tabled in this Parliament, the Zaka report, and my own reaction to the report. The Minister, I think, will give us an update. One of the points I want to emphasize is that since the establishment of Petrojam, Jamaica has never run out of fuel. Through difficult times, through good times, we have had that facility there, and if there is a contemplation now of divesting, first of all, are you going to be divesting the operations, that is the processing facility where we process crude oil into various finished products, or you're going to cease that operations and to establish it as only a receiving terminal for finished products? And in relation to that, I had alerted the Minister earlier today about the issue again of pricing. As you know, for the last 6 weeks, we have seen steady increases in the price of fuel, and it is causing great consternation. We've already seen the retailers responded to it, and I think it is important that a full explanation be given when these, especially when you have 6 weeks of steady price increases. We know that there is fluctuation, and we anticipate fluctuation, but when the price goes in one direction, I think it's important for us to get a view as to why that is so, and I'm anticipating a fulsome response from the Minister. And then finally, I had asked the Minister to explain to us in relation to electricity, why does it appear as if we are emerging as a monopoly provider of LNG facility in Jamaica, when the intention was for us to have robust competition driven by regulations that should have been tabled in this House and approved many years ago. And what we see happening in that sector is one player, and it sends confusing signal, especially when the price of fuel, your traditional fuel, going down, but we are not seeing corresponding price of electricity going down. And the anticipation was that if there is true competition in the LNG marketplace, then you would be able to benefit from that. And also, because Jamaica was to be established as a hub for natural gas, then those countries that benefit from our hub we would ensure that our consumers would also benefit from the throughput through Jamaica. So I think it's important that that be explained as well. And the final thing was in relation to the government's program for energy conservation and efficiency. There was a robust program left in the ministry, and I would love to get an update on that, how government is going to cut the cost of its own use of energy in the various ministries and agencies.
Thank you very much, Member. As I indicated, I have a fulsome response, but based on what you have mentioned, I'll touch on some of them, and I have the actual responses that I will give you before we leave here today so that we can have further discussion. In relation to the issue of the oil prices, I did get a quick response based on when you raised it to me earlier, and the response that I got from Petrojam was the price of benchmark Gulf Coast reference price went up by over 10 Jamaican dollars per litre in recent weeks because of the disrupted supply and increased demand caused by the Texas freeze. That basically is the explanation that has been given as it relates to the increase.
So you said 10 Jamaican dollars?
10 Jamaican dollars per litre.
But now that the freeze has unfrozen,
yes.
I was expecting this week, this week to see a price reduction, and also probably you could say what effect devaluation has been having on it.
I inquired about that, and I was told that minimal effect. in relation, devaluation in relation to the increase in prices.
So the Gulf Coast prices are still high due to the freeze that occurred 3 weeks ago.
So that's what's being said, and what I will do for you, member, is to get a projection in relation to now that the freeze is unfreezing, that there should be a trajectory going downwards. You mentioned the Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica, and I think that I will give you the responses in detail as it relates to that. So the details on the closure of the PCJ, Petroleum Corporation of Jamaica, at the time of assuming responsibility for MSET's portfolio, it quickly became apparent that there were several issues of concern, even beyond the issues raised in the Auditor General's report in December 2018. Several improper procurement procedures. The ministry, while seeking to take on the responsibilities, realized that the PCJ had a significant number of outstanding contracts across all areas of its business centers. The BREED, the EECP, the EMEP, etc., some of which were lagging behind schedule and others which were in breach of the procurement process. These activities included the deep retrofit for the KPH Victoria Jubilee Hospital, the MRH, and the FH Energy Management and Efficiency Program, the Power Services Company Limited, the PSCL. The details are in there for you, Minister, in relation to some more of the detail.
Don't call me Minister, call me MP.
Former Minister. Yes. Despite the Ministry's instruction to the PCJ that it had an obligation to ensure that the execution of the contracts was in accordance with the conditions therein, it was not done, resulting in MSET now being saddled with having to terminate the said contracts. The other question was, are all projects from former PCJ projects transferred to the ministry? Not all the projects were transferred to MSET, only the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, the EECP, which ended in the fiscal year, and the EMEP, the internationally funded project. You wanted to, I'll give you a quick update as was requested on the GOJ Energy Efficiency and Conservation Program, the EECP. Finally came to an end this financial year 2020 to 2021 in July. In July 2019, MSET was advised by the Ministry of Finance that this project was suffering from scope creep. And despite the ministry being advised that the project
From what?
Scope creep.
Okay.
And despite the ministry being advised that the project should have come to an end, this was not done, and there was a stream of add-ons. The PCJ was also advised to develop a new energy conservation project for the consideration of PIMC and thereafter budget support. This was not actioned, and MSET is now taking the necessary steps in this regard. The projects under this activity were all on what the Ministry of Finance referred to as scope runaway. There were a number of projects for which the procurement process extended over several years, and that draft contracts were said to be within the legal unit for review. The delays resulted in the activity coming to a close with several outstanding commitments, including maintenance agreements, gifts for winners of the energy competition, the HVAC works for the JCJ, and one project, HVAC works for the CSO, that was approved by the Cabinet, not executed. You inquired about the update on the GOJ Management and Efficiency Program. This activity was over 2 years in its implementation, recorded only 4% execution, and this was mainly for remuneration of its fully staffed PEU. The ministry, in taking on the executing agency role, was required to meet all outstanding general and specific conditions of the agreement with the Inter-American Development Bank within 3 months. This was despite the fact that there was no formal arrangements for the EA role. Projects such as the urban traffic management, for which the procurement process commenced in February 2018, was still not at implementation stage. Yeah. The ministry had to work to have it go before Cabinet for approval.
And you can give me that information. Probably could just touch on the oil and gas exploration and then go to Petrojam.
The gas oil and gas exploration, I am pleased, member and members, the production sharing agreement with Tullow Jamaica Limited, a branch of Tullow Oil, came to an end in July 31st, 2020. Their minority partner, 20% to that agreement, United Oil and Gas, indicated an interest to continue the exploration prior to Tullow's exit, along with an 18-month extension request. Cabinet gave its approval to both requests, and the PSA is now 100% operated by UOG, which obviously is United Oil and Gas. Tullow elected not to continue due to challenges with securing financial partners before entering an elective drill period. The UOG remains confident that during the 18-month extension, it will be able to attract a competent exploration partner and elect to enter the drilling period in January 2022. I would like to say to you, remember that they actually had a Zoom call with them. How long ago, PS? A month? 3 weeks, in December actually. And I was pleased with their excitement, despite the fact that obviously COVID has had such an effect. I asked the question directly to them whether or not COVID would affect them, and they said that they were confident that they would be able to meet the timelines and the deadlines.
Petrojam.
Petrojam. Let me find where that for you is. What page is that, PS? General procurement. 1 second, member. That's eGov. Petrojam pretty much is straightforward, as you know, as I indicated a while ago, that the cabinet submission with the consultations that were directed with stakeholders was held. I signed the cabinet submission yesterday. Hopefully it will go to cabinet, if not Monday, the following Monday. Coming out of that, I think we'll be at the stage where we will come to Parliament for a fulsome debate.
So the ministry has made a determination as to where it wants to go with Petrojam?
No. The ZACA recommendation has been viewed by the ministry. They have their position. The ministry has reviewed it, but it is going to be a cabinet decision, and it's going to, before the cabinet, it will come for a fulsome debate.
So you have not yet determined your position on the ZACA report?
There is a review internally, but of course it's going to go further up the ladder in relation to cabinet making.
It's just that we're about 2 years now.
No. This is yes. I would say that we get to the debate within this. I would say within the next 90 days.
Natural gas.
You asked 2 questions in relation to natural gas. Member, page. You wanted an update on the regulations for natural gas and why is there a monopoly emerging for LNG. In relation to the natural gas regulations, in anticipation of the introduction of natural gas into Jamaica's energy mix, MSET in 2014 sought Cabinet's approval for the issuance of drafting instructions, Chief Parliamentary Council for the Development of the Natural Gas Act. The decision was deferred on the request of the then minister, which I suspect is you, as the Jamaica natural gas market was nascent and more time was needed to garner more information and build capacity in the new industry. Cabinet's recent decision on February 15, 2021 in favor of the Petroleum Downstream Activity Bill paves the way for the inclusion of the natural gas legislative framework to be included in the regulatory framework for the energy sector. You asked a question, Minister, former Minister, a Member of Parliament, why is a monopoly on natural gas emerging? It may appear that a monopoly on natural gas is emerging, and it is understandable that some persons may form this view. The reality is based on the natural energy policy. The policy objectives being pursued seek to achieve a diversified energy source mix with no fuel source contributing more than 43% of the mix. What has happened is that the natural gas, by one conversion of 114 megawatts at Bogue Power Station, 2 operations of the 190 megawatt plant at Old Harbour Power Station, And 3, the operation of the 94 megawatt power plant at Jamalco would have added significant natural gas into the energy source mix. The policy for the development of renewables is incentivized by the condition that the grid operator must take all the electricity generated from the renewable sources. As more renewable energy renewables come on stream, such generation will automatically replace much of the natural gas generation, subject only to the cost that may be imposed by virtue of the take or pay condition of this gas supply agreement that is in force. More than 300 megawatts of renewable energy are planned to be developed by 2025. This will bring the energy mix more in line with the projected targets through 2030 and beyond. And as you know, New Fortress Energy, being the first entrant in the Jamaica natural gas market, is a supplier of natural gas to the power plants. In addition, New Fortress Energy also supplies natural gas to a number of other customers within the manufacturing and hotel industry.
Minister, you will give me that.
Yes.
And in the sectoral debate, I will respond to some of them, because I do believe that there are matters arising, especially in relation to the regulations for LNG and the entire framework now for pricing electricity. Just one final clarification. You mentioned just now that there was a $10 increase on the WTI price for fuel, 10 Jamaican dollars. But the price of fuel over the last 6 weeks has gone up by about $30 Jamaican dollars. So I can't see how a $10 price increase in WTI translates into, it has been 6 weeks of price increases. And the freeze was for about 2 weeks.
Remember, what I will do for you is I will get a fulsome report tomorrow and share it with you in relation to that.
That is urgent, because there's growing concern on the part of the consumers about the price of fuel.
I'm sure they're listening.
Yes.
As we speak.
Yes.
And in relation to the other matter, you know that your advice and counsel is always welcome in relation to our discussions that relates to energy and beyond.
Minister,
so we can further that discussion.
Minister Vaz.
Thank you very much.
You would not have been present at our earlier discussion. We really appreciate the approach that yourself and your opposition counterparts took in respect of consolidating questions and answers prior. It really assisted in giving us an efficient completion time. If there are any additional questions, we would ask that we either continue in the morning or they can be submitted for further discourse. So Minister, we are going to actually close.
So, Chairman, can I just ask you for exactly 3 minutes, because the questions that were posed by MP Graham is two pages, very, very, very short and brief. And I think it's based on the effort that he took to send the questions in.
We were going to take them in the morning, but since it's short,
very short.
Yes, we will complete. So, Minister, the approach will be, we will listen to the response from Member
he has declined to ask the question, so I'll just read them out for you.
Minister, I'm just saying we will listen to the responses from to the questions from Member Graham, after which we will take the one single amendment for the ministry and then call the head and vote, and that will close the session for today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm a bit peeved that I was left to last, as usual, but that when you're a junior, that happens sometimes.
We save the best for last.
That was set up by the chairman and the leader of opposition business and the deputy.
Save the best for last, Minister.
So in relation to the Universal Service Fund, member, question, is there a specific time frame and schedule for the rollout of this cap? Each member of parliament was asked to submit 3 priority areas in which they would like to public Wi-Fi. To date, we have visited approximately 15 locations submitted by MPs for the design and scoping to be carried out. The USF's goal is to visit 3 constituencies per week. Let me just make an appeal again. There are some MPs that have not responded, and I would ask them to respond as soon as possible, because we'd like to get this program on. The question 2, when will it start? As I said, visits have already started with approximately 15 locations. Question 3, how will the bills be paid? The bills will be paid from the revenue collected and expected amounts to be received from the Accountant General Department, which our allocation for this year, not for the Wi-Fi, for the Universal Service Fund is $1.8 billion. Question 4, how will these multi-telecenters be serviced? These facilities will be monitored and maintained by the USF with the assistance of the network providers. Question 5, is there a budgeted allocation for the service? Yes, there is an allocation made for maintenance and service. What is the duration of payments for the service? Continuous. As long as you keep them up and running. Will security be provided in the environment at the Wi-Fi hotspots? Security is inherent in the selection of the sites that will be implementing the Wi-Fi facility. A few locations are security areas, but others are not secured. Ongoing conversations are taking place with the police in relation to regular patrols, etc. Also, the devices are housed at police stations, parish councils, so it's more difficult for the equipment to be stolen. How many access points will be allocated in each constituency? 3, unless you want to allocate some of your CDF money to increase your Wi-Fi hotspots, which is totally a decision left to you. But we'll have further discussions on that. Will priority be given to the remote areas within the rural constituencies? Absolutely, starting in Portland first and working our way all the way back to Westmoreland. Absolutely. Rural constituencies and areas that have no service now are the priorities in relation to the rollout, not the main towns, which is a separate program that's taking place, as you know. So if there are any other questions, MP Graham, you can table them now or you can send them to me and I'll be more than happy to give them to you in short order. And former Minister Paul, I have yours to give to you. I'll email them to you or give you my copy here tonight.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair. I will
congratulations on your maiden questions as a new MP.
Thanks, Minister. I'll send the questions. I'll forward them to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. And let's just say that it is a pleasure with this kind of collaboration and cooperation. We will go a far way in the ministry and as a country.
Thank you, Minister. We have one amendment, head 56,000, page 16. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. We will now take, with the amendment, head 56,000, pages 1 to 16, and head 56,000C, pages 1 through 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you to the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. The question is?
Yes.
House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move for the suspension of the committee sitting until tomorrow, Thursday the 4th, at 9:15 a.m.
The question is that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be suspended until Thursday, March 4, 2021, at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Those against? Oh. At 9:15. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Chris Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness. Vaccination has always been a critical part of protecting the health of our Jamaican people. The more of us who get vaccinated, the greater our chances of slowing the spread of COVID-19. The COVID-19 vaccine now available to Jamaica has met all the required safety and quality standards. I will take the vaccine, so let's vaccinate to stay safe.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Here is a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5. The way we treat our children directly impacts what they believe about themselves. That was a special parenting message brought to you by the National Family Planning Board, 5 Sylvan Avenue, Kingston 5.